was a silence in the stars that no prayer could break. The Mechanicus called it Event Null Sigma. Their instruments recorded the moment 1700 hours Terran Standard. A region of space near Kadia's grave simply stopped. No warp signature, no psychic echo, only stillness spreading like frost across the Imperium. The astropaths died first. 300 souls scattered across a dozen worlds, their final screams frozen in their throats. The silence took their voices before death could. In the void, where Kadia once burned, something stirred. He opened his eyes to a throne of ice. Frostmourne lay across his knees, the blade pulsing with cold light. Around him the warp twisted and screamed, but here in this sphere of frozen space, there was only quiet. Arthas Menethil remembered dying. He remembered the light fading, the voices stopping, but the silence was new. The throne beneath him was not the one he knew. This was not Northrend. The sky above burned with colors that had no names, and the stars themselves seemed wrong, too many, too bright, arranged in patterns that hurt to perceive. He stood. Frostmourne came with him, the blade familiar in his grip despite the centuries. Or had it been centuries, time felt strange here, stretched and compressed like metal under impossible heat. The wasteland stretched in all directions. Gray dust, black stone. The ruins of something vast, shattered so completely that even the memory of its purpose had been ground to ash. Kadia, the warp whispered. This was Kadia. He did not know the name, but Frostmourne did. The sword hummed against his palm, hungry as always. But the hunger felt different. In Azeroth, it had craved life warmth, the beat of hearts, and the heat of blood. Here it sought something else entirely. Souls, yes, but not to devour, to silence. The first demon came at twilight, if this place even had such a thing as twilight. It crawled from a tear, in reality all teeth and limbs, and malice given form. The creature's roar shook the ground, a sound of pure rage that should have frozen mortal blood. Arthas felt nothing. He raised Frostmourne. The demon lunged, claws extended, jaws wide enough to swallow a man whole. The blade met its flesh. The demon's roar cut short. Not because it died, death would have been a mercy. The creature simply stopped. Its scream swallowed by the cold that radiated from the rune blade. Its form locked in place, frost spreading across its warp-spawned skin like a disease. Then it shattered. Not into pieces of flesh, but into fragments of frozen light that dissolved into nothing. Arthas stared at the space where it had been. In Northrend, Frostmourne had stolen souls, had trapped them within its cursed steel, their voices adding to the choir of the damned. He had heard them always, thousands of screaming dead begging for release that would never come. But this daemon made no sound at all. He looked down at the sword. The runes along its blade glowed brighter, but the glow was cold, pure, like starlight reflected on ice. The demon's essence had not been consumed. It had been erased, unmade, as if it had never existed at all. For the first time since awakening, Arthas felt something almost like wonder. They came in greater numbers after that, demons of every shape and corruption. Some crawled on too many legs. Others flew on wings that dripped pestilence. A few wore shapes almost human, their beauty a lie wrapped around an appetite for suffering. He met them all, with Frostmourne. Each one fell silent. Each one ceased. The wasteland around him grew quieter with every kill. The warp's screaming faded to background noise, then to whispers, then to nothing. A sphere of stillness expanded around the frozen throne, pushing back the madness that had claimed this world. And in that stillness, he heard them. Voices, not the demons, not the warp, but something else entirely. Human voices, millions of them, crying out in the darkness, praying to something called the Emperor. begging for deliverance that would not come. Arthas closed his eyes. The voices washed over him like a tide of despair. He knew those voices, had heard them before in another life. In Stratholme as the city burned, in Northrend as his humanity died. The sound of the doomed, calling out to gods that could not save them. His hand tightened on Frostmourne. Once he had told himself he was saving them. That the mercy of death was better than the horror that awaited. That a quick end was kindness. He had been wrong. Or perhaps he had been right, and the universe had simply been crueler than he imagined. But here, in this twisted galaxy of war and suffering, he heard the same prayers, the same desperate hope, the same inevitable silence that followed when hope died. And for the first time in memory, Arthas Menethil made a choice, not as the Lich King, not as Ner'zhul's puppet or Frostmourne's slave, as himself. If these voices would not stop screaming, he would give them what they asked for: silence. The fleet arrived 3 days later, by Terran reckoning. Time still moved strangely in the stillness field. 12 ships of the Battle Fleet Solar responding to the astropathic silence. Their hulls bore the scars of 1,000 battles, their crews hardened by centuries of war against the dark. Admiral Vorkin stood on the bridge of the Emperor's Judgment, studying the augur displays with growing unease. The readings made no sense. The region ahead showed no warp activity, no psychic resonance, no energy signatures of any kind. Just nothing. He ordered the fleet forward. They had their duty. Cadia's grave could not be left unguarded, even in death. The ships crossed the threshold into the stillness field and stopped. Not physically. Their engines still burned. Their reactors still pulsed. But something fundamental changed. The navigator screamed once, then fell silent, her third eye weeping blood. The astropaths died without a sound. On the command throne, Admiral Vorkin tried to give orders. His mouth moved, his lungs pushed air. But no sound emerged. The Vox network carried nothing. The ship-to-ship communications failed. Even the mechanical prayer chants of the tech priests fell mute. Across 12 warships, 20,000 souls tried to scream. The silence swallowed every cry. Arthas felt them die. Not their bodies, those still lived after a fashion, but their voices, their souls. The light that made them human. It flickered, dimmed, and went out like candles in a frozen wind. He stood on the highest point of Cadia's ruins, Frostmourne held before him like a beacon. The stillness field pulsed outward from the blade, spreading across the void, touching each ship in turn. They would serve now. Not as the living served with fear and faith and stubborn hope, but as the dead served, with silence, with peace, with the cold certainty that their war was finally over. The fleet's weapons powered down, the engines cooled. Slowly, inexorably, the ships began to drift toward the dead world below. Arthas watched them come. 12 vessels carrying his first legion. Not servants, not slaves. The silent host. He remembered Uther's voice from so long ago. Before the culling, before the madness. You wanted to save them all, Arthas. Yes, he had wanted that, and he had failed. But perhaps, in this universe of endless war and suffering, there was another kind of salvation. Not life, not victory, not even mercy, just silence. The ships touched down around the frozen throne, settling into the gray dust like monuments to a war that would never end. Arthas descended from his perch. He walked among the vessels, Frostmourne's light guiding him through the dark. Inside each ship, the crew stood at their stations. Eyes open, hearts beating, but empty, silent, waiting. He reached the first one, a young woman, her naval uniform marking her as a junior officer. She looked at him with eyes that held no fear, no recognition, no thought at all. Arthas raised his hand. Frost spread from his fingertips, crawling across her skin, her uniform, her hair. She did not flinch, did not move. When the ice receded, she remained. but changed. Her skin pale as snow, her eyes reflecting his own cold light. She turned back to her console, resumed her duties. In perfect silence, one by one he moved through the fleet. One by one they rose. The Frostborn Legion, the first of many. And in the stillness that followed, Arthas heard a voice he had not expected. Not Uther, not his father, not even the whispers of Frostmourn's damned souls. His own voice, small and distant like an echo from the bottom of a frozen well. At last, it said, they sleep. In the depths of the Imperium, far from Cadia's grave, the Inquisition took notice. Lord Inquisitor Carveth of the Ordo Malleus received the report in his sanctum. 12 ships gone silent. 300 astropaths dead. A spreading dead zone in the warp that consumed everything it touched. He read the data twice, then burned the parchment and encoded the information into his personal cogitator. This was no demon incursion, no chaos corruption, no Xenos threat. This was something new, something worse. A silence that could not be broken. A cold that even the warp feared. Carveth activated his secure Vox channel. There were protocols for this. Ancient contingencies written in the Emperor's own hand for threats that defied categorization. He spoke one word into the darkness, Omega. And somewhere in the void, forces older than the Imperium itself began to move. On Cadia's grave, Arthas stood before his throne. The wasteland stretched before him silent and still. Above the warp churned and screamed, but here in his sphere of ice, there was only peace. He had not asked for this. Had not chosen to wake in this universe of endless war. But he was here now. And the voices still called out, begging for an end to their suffering. He would answer them, not with death, not with corruption, not with the empty promises of gods who fed on mortal pain, with silence, with ice, with the cold mercy of oblivion. Frostmourn blazed in his hand and the stillness spread. The dead world had a name once. Cadia, Fortress World, bulwark against the eye of terror. Now it was only dust and memory. Arthas walked its surface Frostmourn, trailing frost in his wake. The silent host followed at a distance 20,000 souls that had once been the crew of Battlefleet Solar. They moved with purpose, but without sound, their footfalls leaving no marks in the gray ash. They did not speak, did not breathe in the way the living breathed. But they served. He had not commanded them to follow, had not spoken orders or demanded obedience. They simply knew. As if the silence itself carried his will threading through them like ice through water. This was not the scourge, not the mindless undead of Northrend driven by hunger and hate. These were something else, something quieter, the Frostborn. The ruins of a fortress rose from the wasteland ahead. Its walls had been shattered by forces beyond mortal comprehension, the stone itself twisted into impossible angles. But fragments remained. Archways that led nowhere, towers that leaned against nothing. The skeleton of a place that had stood against darkness for 10,000 years. Until it didn't. Arthas climbed the broken stairs to what had once been a command post. From here he could see the extent of the devastation. Craters stretching to the horizon, chasms that bled with warp light. The sky itself torn open in places, revealing the madness beyond. And in that madness, he heard them, millions of voices. The dead of Cadia, their souls trapped in the moment of the world's breaking. They screamed in the warp, unable to die, unable to live, caught in eternal torment between reality and nightmare. He closed his eyes, felt their pain wash over him like a tide of frozen needles. In Strathome, he had told himself the mercy of a quick death was better than the plague. In Northrend, he had convinced himself that service in undeath was preferable to oblivion. He had been wrong both times. But here, listening to the endless screaming of Cadia's dead, he understood something new. There were fates worse than death, worse than undeath. worse than any horror he had inflicted in Lordaeron. This universe knew them all. His hand tightened on Frostmourne. The blade pulsed eager. It could reach those souls, could pull them from the warp's embrace, could give them what the Imperium's god could not. Peace. He drove the sword into the broken stone beneath his feet. The stillness exploded outward. In the warp, the screaming stopped. Not all at once, but like a wave of silence rolling across an ocean of pain, the voices fell quiet one by one. Cadia's dead felt the cold touch them, felt the ice spread through their tortured essence, and for the first time since their world died, they knew relief. The warp shuddered, resisted. The four gods that fed on mortal suffering felt their feast interrupted, and they turned their attention toward this anomaly that dared to starve them. But the silence held. Around the broken fortress, the air crystallized. Frost spread across the ruins, turning gray stone to white ice. The warp tiers in the sky began to freeze at their edges, their madness contained by cold that even chaos feared. And from the warp itself, drawn by the promise of an end to suffering, the dead began to rise, not as demons, not as warp spawn, but as they had been, in life soldiers of the Imperium men and women who had died defending this world. They stepped from the veil between worlds, their forms translucent at first, then solidifying as the ice claimed them. Thousands, tens of thousands. The Cadian Guard, the shock troops who had held the line for millennia, now reformed in death. They stood before the frozen throne in perfect silence, waiting. Arthas looked at them, saw in their empty eyes the reflection of his own damnation. He had not meant to build an army, had not sought to become a king of the dead once more. But the universe, it seemed, had other plans. He spoke for the first time since awakening. His voice carried across the wasteland, cold and absolute. You are free now. The pain is over. Rest if you wish. They did not move, did not disperse, did not fade back into the warp. They chose to remain, not because he commanded it, but because in death they had found what the Imperium never gave them in life. Silence. Peace. An end to the war that consumed everything. The Frostborn Legion had begun. The Grey Knights arrived 6 days later. They came in drop pods that screamed through the frozen sky, their hulls inscribed with wards that burned with the Emperor's light. Each pod contained 5 warriors. The Imperium's finest gene forged to battle demons, armored in silvered ceramite, armed with weapons that could kill gods. Justicar Kael Vorn was first to step onto Cadia's surface. His psychic hood crackled with power as he surveyed the wasteland. Behind him, his squad formed a defensive perimeter, their storm bolters tracking for threats. The augur readings had been clear. A warp anomaly of unprecedented scale. A dead zone spreading across the sector. And at its center, something that defied classification. But what Kael Vorn saw defied description. A throne of ice rising from the ruins, like a monument to winter itself. Around it, an army of the dead stood in perfect formation. Not shambling corpses, not plague-ridden zombies, but warriors in the uniforms of the Imperial Guard, their skin pale as snow, their eyes reflecting cold light, and upon the throne a figure in ancient armor. Kael Vorn's psychic senses screamed warnings. This was not a demon, not a sorcerer, not any threat his training had prepared him for. This was something older. Something that existed outside the categorization of chaos and order. He activated his Vox link, but only static answered. The silence field interfered with everything. Even the blessed communication systems of the Grey Knights. He would have to approach. Learn what this entity was. Determine if it could be reasoned with, or if it had to be destroyed. Arthas watched the silver-armored warriors approach, felt their psychic power radiating like heat against his cold. They moved with precision, with purpose, with the absolute certainty of those who believed their cause righteous. He had been one of them once. A paladin. Convinced of his own purity. Sure that his actions served the light. He knew how that story ended. The lead warrior stopped 20 paces from the throne. His voice carried across the wasteland, amplified by his armor. By the authority of the God Emperor of mankind, identify yourself. Are you Demon Xenos or something else? Arthas stood. Frostmourne came with him, the blade's light casting long shadows across the ice. I am none of those things. I am simply... What remains? The warriors tensed. Their weapons rose fractionally. The lead warrior took another step forward. His psychic hood blazed with power as he probed at Arthas's essence, trying to determine his nature. You command the dead. You spread corruption across the warp. You silence the Emperor's light. These are the acts of the enemy. Arthas looked at the legion behind him. The thousands of Frostborn who stood in perfect stillness. I give them peace, something your Emperor cannot provide. The words hung in the frozen air. The lead warrior's hand tightened on his force halberd. Around him, his squad prepared for battle. These were the Imperium's finest warriors who had fought demons, and one who had banished demon princes who feared nothing in the material or immaterial realm. But they had never faced a Lich King before. The battle, when it came, was silent. The Grey Knights charged with the fury of righteousness. Their blessed weapons should have cleaved through any undead, banished any demonic essence, shattered any corruption. But the Frostborn were not corrupted. Were not demonic. Were not even truly undead in the way the Imperium understood undeath. They were simply silent. The first Grey Knight's halberd swept through 3 Frostborn warriors. Their bodies shattered like ice sculptures, fragmenting into frozen shards. Then they reformed. The pieces drew back together, the ice healing itself, and the warriors stood once more. The Grey Knights fought with discipline and fury. Their storm bolters roared, the only sound in the stillness, but the blessed rounds passed through the Frostborn like they were nothing but mist. Their psychic powers flared but found nothing to burn, nothing to banish, nothing to destroy. Because there was nothing there, no corruption, no warp taint, no demon essence, only cold. Arthas did not join the battle, did not raise Frostmourne against them. He simply watched as his legion flowed around the Grey Knights like a tide of winter. The warriors fought for hours, days. Time lost meaning in the stillness field. They fought until their armor ran dry of ammunition, until their psychic reserves depleted, until their enhanced bodies could no longer sustain the battle. And still the Frostborn came, silent, patient, endless. In the end, only Justicar Vorn remained standing. His armor was cracked, his weapons spent. His brothers lay frozen around him, their forms preserved in ice, their last moments of defiance captured forever in crystal. He looked up at Arthas with eyes that held no fear, only understanding. You are not evil. That is what makes you dangerous. Arthas descended from his throne, stood before the warrior. I wanted to save them, all of them. In my world, that desire damned me. Vorn's hand moved to his belt. To the fragment of blessed crystal there, a last resort, a weapon of such power, it could destroy a city. And now, Arthas looked at the legion, at the thousands of souls who had chosen silence over suffering. Now I offer what I once sought, an end to the pain, a rest from the war that consumes everything. Vorn's fingers closed around the crystal. It flared with power, the Emperor's light-given form, hot enough to melt ice, bright enough to banish darkness. He hurled it at Arthas with all his remaining strength. The crystal struck Frostmourne. For a moment, light and cold met in perfect balance. The Emperor's fire against the Lich King's frost. Life against stillness, hope against peace. Then Frostmourne won. The light froze, crystallized, shattered into 1,000 frozen stars that fell like snow across the wasteland. Vorn dropped to one knee. His armor's power supply had finally failed. His enhanced body could no longer move. Arthas stood before him, raised Frostmourne. The Grey Knight looked up at him, spoke his final words. "You will doom them all?" "Perhaps, but first I will give them rest." The blade fell. Justikar Kaelvorn did not die. Not truly. The ice spread through him, claiming muscle and bone, blood and breath. His heart stopped. His soul separated from his flesh. But he did not fade. Did not pass into the Emperor's light. Did not join the choir of the faithful. He simply became another Frostborn. Another silent guardian in the growing legion. But something remained. A fragment of his will. A piece of his purpose. He stood, looked at Arthas with eyes that reflected cold light. And in the depths of that ice, Arthas saw accusation, judgment. The knowledge that this Grey Knight would never forgive, would never forget, would never stop witnessing what he had become. Arthas did not turn away from that gaze. Bear witness, then. See what mercy looks like in a universe without it. Kaelvorn said nothing. But in his hand he still held a fragment of Frostmourne, a shard broken off in the final clash of powers. The blade had survived the freezing, had retained its blessed nature even in death. Arthas let him keep it, a reminder, a warning, a promise that not everything could be silenced. In orbit above Kadia's grave, the rest of the Grey Knight's fleet received Kaelvorn's final transmission. It had been sent before the stillness claimed him, encrypted with the highest security clearances. The message was simple. Omega-level threat. New entity. Not Chaos, not Xenos. Something else. Send no more brothers. Inform Terra. The fleet commander read the message 3 times, then activated the Exterminatus protocol. If Kadia could not be saved, it would be cleansed. The cyclonic torpedoes launched. 6 warheads each capable of cracking a planet's crust. They descended through the atmosphere. Their machine spirits sang hymns of purification. They struck the stillness field and stopped. Not exploded, not deflected, simply ceased. The warheads hung in the air above the frozen throne, their engines frozen mid-burn, their payloads crystallized in ice. Then one by one they fell. They landed around the throne like monuments, like offerings to a god that did not want worship. Arthas looked at them, at the weapons meant to kill worlds. In Strathome, he had burned a city to save a kingdom. In Northrend, he had damned his soul to save his people. Here, the Imperium had tried to destroy a world to stop him, and he had stopped them without lifting a finger. The silence field pulsed, expanded, reached toward the fleet in orbit. The ship's engines died. Their Vox networks fell silent. Their crews became Frostborn one by one, their screams frozen before they could form. Another fleet, another legion. The silent host grew. On Terra, in the depths of the Imperial Palace, warnings arrived through channels that had not been used in millennia. Lord Inquisitor Carveth stood before the sealed vault that contained the Emperor's contingency protocols. His hands shook as he entered the codes that would unlock secrets buried since the heresy. The vault opened. Inside a single parchment, written in high Gothic so ancient, even the Mechanicus could barely translate it. The text was simple. When silence spreads and the dead find peace, when ice claims what fire cannot burn, know that the first winter has come. Send the burning saint. Carveth read the words 3 times. His blood ran cold. The Emperor had foreseen this. 10,000 years ago, the Master of Mankind had predicted a threat that would require a response unlike any other. Not war, not weapons, not even the Grey Knights, but faith. Pure, burning, absolute faith. Carveth activated his secured Vox channel. Sent the call across the Imperium. Summon Saint Valeria. The galaxy has need of her light. On Kadia's grave, Arthas sat upon his frozen throne. Around him, the silent host numbered in the hundreds of thousands now. Ships drifted in orbit, their crews transformed. The stillness field stretched across the entire system. And in the warp, the screaming of Kadia's dead had finally mercifully stopped. He looked at Frostmourne. The blade pulsed with power, but the power felt clean, as if the sword itself had been purified by this universe's darkness, as if its curse had found purpose. He remembered Uther's words once more. You wanted to save them all, Arthas? Yes, he had, and he had failed. But perhaps failure in one universe could become salvation in another. He stood, raised Frostmourne toward the broken sky. The silence spread, and across the Imperium, those who suffered in endless war felt something they had never known. The possibility of rest, the promise of peace, the cold mercy of oblivion. The silent vigil had begun. The silence spread like winter across a dying world. System by system, world by world. The stillness field expanded outward from Cadia's grave, moving through the warp like frost through water. It did not consume, did not corrupt. It simply arrived, and wherever it touched, the screaming stopped. The first colonies to fall were the mining outposts in the Cadian sector. Small worlds, their populations numbered in thousands rather than millions. They existed to feed the Imperium's endless hunger for resources, their workers grinding away their lives in service to a machine that barely noticed their existence. When the stillness came, they felt it first as a change in the air. A coldness that had nothing to do with temperature. The warp-sensitive among them, unsanctioned psychers, hidden among the population, screamed once and fell silent. Then the rest followed. Not dead, not transformed into shambling corpses. They simply stopped, stood at their stations, stared into nothing. Their hearts still beat. Their lungs still drew breath. But the part that made them human, the spark, the will, the desperate clinging to life in an uncaring universe, went quiet. The Frostborn did not come for them, did not need to. The stillness itself was enough. Within a week, 17 mining colonies had gone silent. No distress calls, no Vox traffic. Just the steady hum of machinery operated by workers who no longer cared if they lived or died. The Administratum noticed. Eventually, they always did, though sometimes too late to matter. They sent investigators. 3 teams each consisting of an arbitrator, a tech priest, and a squad of enforcers. All 3 teams entered the stillness field. None returned. Arthas felt each new soul touch the silence, felt them surrender their pain, their fear, their desperate prayers to gods that would not answer. He did not call them, did not command them to join his legion. But they came anyway, drawn by the promise of something the Imperium could never give: peace. The frozen throne had changed, grown. Ice spread from its base like roots burrowing deep into Cadia's broken crust. Towers of crystal rose around it, forming a palace that reflected and refracted the warp's madness into patterns almost beautiful. The silent host numbered in the millions now. They stood in perfect formations across the wasteland, organized not by his will, but by something deeper. An understanding that needed no words. A purpose that required no orders. They were not an army, not truly. They were a monument, a testament to the possibility that war could end, that suffering could cease, that the universe's cruelty could be met with something other than cruelty in return. Arthas walked among them, looked into their faces, faces that had once held hope, fear, rage, love. Now they held only stillness. He should have felt triumph, should have felt vindication. This was what he had wanted in Lordaeron, wasn't it? To save his people from suffering, to give them peace at any cost. But standing here surrounded by millions of silent souls, he felt only the weight of their absence. They were saved, truly saved. The pain was gone. The war was over for them. So why did it feel like another kind of damnation? The Inquisition convened an emergency council on Bacca the Segmentum's naval bastion. 13 inquisitors representing all 3 ordos gathered in a sealed chamber, warded against every known form of corruption. Lord Inquisitor Carveth presented the data. 17 colonies silent. 3 investigation teams lost. The stillness field expanding at a rate of 3 light-years per standard day. At this rate, it would reach an inhabited sector capital within a month. Inquisitor Hellbrand of the Ordo Hereticus spoke first. Her voice carried the absolute certainty of one who had burned 10,000 heretics and lost no sleep over it. This is Xenos influence, some new Necron technology meant to suppress psychic activity. We purged the source. Problem solved. Inquisitor Mordecai of the Ordo Xenos shook his head. His augmetic eye whirred as it processed the data. Necron technology would show distinctive energy signatures. This shows nothing. No energy readings at all. As if the affected regions simply ceased to exist in any measurable sense. Carveth let them argue. Let them propose solutions that would not work. Exterminatus, orbital bombardment, psychic assault. All strategies proven against chaos, against Xenos, against every threat the Imperium had faced in 10,000 years. But this was not a threat the Imperium had faced before. Finally he spoke. The Emperor himself left protocols for this, written in his own hand, sealed in vaults that have not been opened since the heresy. That silenced the chamber. What did the protocols say? Hellbrand asked, her certainty wavering for the first time. Send the burning saint. In the depths of the warp, the 4 gods watched the spreading silence with something approaching concern. Khorne felt his blood-soaked domains grow quieter. The screams of the dying that fed his power, fading. Battles still raged across the Imperium, but increasingly they ended not in glorious slaughter, but in silent surrender. Nurgle watched his gardens of despair wither. The suffering that sustained him, the slow rot, the prolonged agony, the acceptance of decay, found no purchase in the stillness. Where his plagues should have festered, there was only cold. Where his children should have spread corruption, there was only ice. Tzeentch saw his infinite plans disrupted. The 1,000 possible futures collapsing into one. The web of fate freezing in place. Change itself, the foundation of his power, grinding to a halt wherever the stillness touched. And Slaanesh felt nothing. And for the Prince of Pleasure, nothingness was worse than any torment. They had not felt fear in eons, had not faced a threat they could not corrupt, could not twist, could not subsume into their eternal games. But this silence, this cold, this absence of everything they fed upon, it was not chaos, not order, not even the anathema of the Emperor's light. It was something outside their comprehension. A force that did not fight them, did not oppose them, simply ignored them. For the first time since their birth, the gods of chaos felt something they had inflicted on countless mortals, but never experienced themselves. Irrelevance. The Mechanicus responded in their own way. Magos Dominus Veneratus IX had been studying the phenomenon since the first reports arrived. His forged temple on Mars had been repurposed entirely to analyze the stillness field banks of cogitators processing data from every sensor in the sector. The results were fascinating. The stillness field was not blocking signals, not jamming communications, not suppressing technology. It was simply removing the need for them. Within the field machine, spirits fell quiet. Not dead, not corrupted. They simply rested. Continued their functions without the constant prayer maintenance required to keep them operational. It was heresy, obviously, but it was also efficient. Veneratus kept that observation to himself, logged it in encrypted data vaults that only he could access. The Fabricator General did not need to know that part of him found the stillness field beautiful, a universe where machines worked without prayer, where the Omnissiah's gifts functioned through pure logic rather than ritual and appeasement. It was everything the Mechanicus claimed to want, everything their doctrine said should be impossible. He compiled his report, sent it through the proper channels. recommended immediate containment protocols and additional research. But in his private journals, encrypted 17 times over, he wrote a different conclusion. Perhaps the machine god dreams of silence. Arthas stood at the edge of his domain, the boundary where stillness met the warp's chaos. He could feel the four gods probing at his defenses, not attacking, not yet, but testing, trying to understand what he was, trying to find a way to corrupt what could not be corrupted. They failed to understand the fundamental truth. He was already corrupted, already damned. There was nothing they could offer him that would be worse than what he had already become. Frostmourne pulsed in his hand. The sword had changed since coming to this universe. The runes along its blade burned brighter, but the light was cold, pure. The voices within the souls it had consumed across lifetimes had fallen silent, or perhaps they had finally found peace. He raised the blade toward the churning sky, felt the stillness respond to his will, not because he commanded it, but because it recognized in him something kindred, a soul too damaged to be saved, too stubborn to surrender, too proud to simply die. The silence expanded. On a shrine world called Ophelia VII, a woman knelt in prayer. Sister Superior Valeria of the Order of the Bloody Rose had been praying for 3 days. No food, no water, no rest, just prayer. The visions had come to her a week ago. Dreams of ice and silence. A figure clad in frost-rimed armor sitting on a throne at the end of all things. And a voice, not the Emperor's voice, but something older, telling her that she was needed, that the galaxy had need of her light. She did not understand the visions, did not know what they meant. But she knew her duty. When the summons came from Terra, a direct order from the Inquisition itself, she was not surprised. She rose from her prayers, donned her armor, took up her blessed weapons. The other sisters watched her prepare with reverence. Saint Valeria, the burning saint. The only living saint officially recognized by the ecclesiarchy in this millennium. She had walked through the fires of Armageddon and emerged untouched, had faced greater demons and banished them with nothing but faith, had healed the sick, inspired the faithless, and turned the tide of wars thought lost. If anyone could stand against this new threat, it was her. She looked at her reflection in her armor's polished surface, saw the face that billions worshipped, the face that had become a symbol of the Emperor's grace. She wondered if grace would be enough. In the stillness field, a cult began to form. It started on one of the mining colonies. A young woman named Sarah, who had been in the stillness field but had not been consumed by it. She stood at its edge, where silence met sound, and felt something shift inside her. The fear was gone. The constant grinding anxiety that came from living in the Imperium. The fear of failing in service of angering the administratum, of being found wanting by the Emperor's gaze, all of it simply stopped. She felt peace for the first time in her life. When she returned to the inhabited zones, she spoke of what she had felt. At first, people thought her mad, touched by chaos, corrupted, but others began to venture to the stillness field's edge, began to feel what she had felt, and they began to worship. Not the Emperor, not chaos, but the pale savior, the king in ice who promised an end to suffering. The ecclesiarchy noticed. Declared it heresy, of course. Sent priests to preach against this new faith. Sent arbitrators to arrest those who spoke of it. But the cult grew because it offered something the Imperium never could. Hope. Not hope for victory, not hope for glory or reward in the afterlife, but hope that the war could end, that the suffering could cease, that there was a place in the universe where tired souls could finally rest. Arthas felt their prayers like distant echoes. They called to him, asked for salvation, begged for the peace he offered. He did not answer, did not acknowledge them, did not even truly hear them, because he knew the truth they did not. He was not a savior, not a deliverer, not a god to be worshipped. He was just a man who had made every wrong choice for what he believed were the right reasons. A prince who had destroyed his kingdom trying to save it. A paladin who had betrayed everything he swore to protect. And now in a universe even more cruel than his own, he was making the same mistakes. Offering salvation through damnation, peace through death, love through the absence of feeling. But what else could he do? The screaming continued. Millions of souls crying out across the Imperium, begging for release from the war that consumed everything. He could hear them, could feel their pain, and he had the power to end it. So he would, even if it damned him further. Even if it made him into exactly the monster everyone believed him to be. Because in the end, the only thing worse than becoming the villain was hearing the screaming and doing nothing. Far from Cadia, on a world whose name did not matter, an old soldier sat in a trench. He had been fighting for 60 years. Since he was a boy of 12 pressed into service by the administratum. He had seen friends die, had killed enemies and allies alike, had watched worlds burn and civilizations fall. He was tired, so tired. He felt the coldness approaching, felt the stillness field spread toward his position. The commissars shouted orders to retreat, to fall back, to not let the anomaly touch them. But the old soldier did not move. He waited, felt the cold embrace him, felt the silence wash over his weary soul. And for the first time since he was 12 years old, the war ended. Not with victory, not with defeat, not with glory or honor or any of the lies the Imperium told itself. Just ended. He closed his eyes, smiled, and became frostborn. On Cadia's grave, Arthas felt another soul choose silence. One more among millions. One more tired warrior who had decided that peace was worth any price. He looked at his hands, at the frost that clung to his armor, at Frostmourne, the blade that had damned him and now seemed to be his only redemption. A voice echoed in his memory. His father's voice from a lifetime ago. "What are you doing, my son?" Arthas answered, though no one was there to hear. "What I must. What I should have done in Strathholm. What I failed to do in Northrend." He paused, looked at the millions of Frostborn standing in silent witness. "I am giving them peace, even if that peace looks like death." The words hung in the frozen air. A confession, a justification, a prayer to gods that did not exist. And in the warp, something hurt him. Not the four gods, not the Emperor, but something else. Something older and colder than either. The void itself, perhaps. The space between stars where even light dies. It recognized him, acknowledged him, accepted him. The Prince of Silence. The King of Winter. The Herald of the First Frost. Names he had not chosen. Titles he did not want. But names that fit nonetheless. The stillness spread. And across the Imperium, those who had prayed for death began to pray for something else. For silence. For ice. For the pale savior who promised that the war could finally mercifully end. The cult grew in darkness, as all forbidden faiths do. It had no official name at first. No hierarchy. No sacred texts or rituals. Just whispered conversations in the lower hives, in mining colonies, in the forgotten corners of the Imperium, where the Emperor's light rarely reached. People spoke of the pale savior, the king in ice, the one who offered what the Imperium never could, rest. Sarah stood at the edge of the stillness field as she did every morning. The boundary was visible now, a shimmer in the air like heat haze inverted. On one side, the normal chaos of Imperial life, vox, chatter machine noise, the constant background hum of a galaxy at war. On the other side, silence. She had been coming here for 3 weeks, had brought others, shown them what she had found. Most turned back. Fear was a powerful thing, and the Imperium had spent 10,000 years teaching its citizens to fear anything different. Anything that promised salvation outside the Emperor's grace. But some stayed. Felt what she felt. That moment of peace when the noise stopped and the fear lifted And for one blessed instant, the weight of existence became bearable. Those who felt it never forgot, never stopped seeking it again. Behind her, a crowd had gathered. 50 souls this morning. Yesterday, it had been 30. The day before, 20. The cult was growing. A man stepped forward. Old, scarred, his face marked by a lifetime of labor in the Prometheum refineries. He looked at Sarah with eyes that held a desperate hope she recognized. "Will it hurt?" he asked. "When we cross over?" Sarah shook her head. "No. It feels like coming home after a long war." The man nodded, took a breath, stepped across the boundary. For a moment, nothing happened. Then his shoulders relaxed, his face smoothed. The tension that had carved lines into his features for 60 years simply vanished. He turned back to look at the crowd, smiled. It was the first genuine smile Sarah had ever seen on a laborer's face. Then he walked deeper into the stillness field, toward Kadia's grave, toward the pale savior who waited there. Others followed. One by one they crossed the boundary. One by one they found what they had been searching for their entire lives. Peace. Sarah watched them go, did not follow. Not yet. Her purpose was here at the boundary, guiding others to the salvation she had found. She did not know she was building a religion, did not understand that in a galaxy starved for hope, even the promise of oblivion could become a faith. But the Imperium understood, and the Imperium was watching. Cardinal Severus of the Ecclesiarchy received the reports with growing alarm. 17 worlds now showed signs of this new cult. Thousands of citizens abandoning their duties, walking into the stillness field, never returning. It was heresy, obviously, but it was heresy of a kind he had never encountered. These people were not worshiping chaos, were not pledging their souls to the ruinous powers, were not even truly rejecting the Emperor. They were simply leaving, walking away from the Imperium's endless demands, from the grinding machinery of survival that consumed billions of lives in service to a god corpse on a golden throne. Severus understood the appeal. He was not a fool. The Imperium offered only suffering in exchange for vague promises of salvation after death. It demanded everything and gave nothing back. But that was the test. That was the purpose. Suffering refined faith. Hardship proved devotion. Pain was the price of humanity's survival in a hostile universe. To offer peace, to promise rest, to suggest that the war could end. That was the greatest heresy of all. Because if people believed it, if they truly thought there was an alternative to the Imperium's cruelty, then the entire system would collapse. He drafted his response carefully, sent it through the proper channels. The cult must be purged. The heretics burned. The very idea of the pale savior erased from imperial record. He signed the order without hesitation. He had burned heretics before, would burn them again. It was mercy in its own way. Better a clean death by fire than the slow corruption of the soul. The Ecclesiarchy had been offering its own harsh salvation for 10,000 years. It would not tolerate competition. The arbitrators came at dawn. They descended on the mining colony where Sarah's cult had grown strongest. 200 enforcers armed with shock mauls and shotguns, backed by a detachment of Ecclesiarchy priests bearing flamers and holy Prometheum. The cultists did not resist, did not fight, did not even run. They simply stood at the edge of the stillness field and waited. The lead arbitrator, a man named Kragan, whose face was hidden behind his helmet's red lenses, approached Sarah directly. "By the authority of the god Emperor, you are under arrest for heresy, abandonment of duty, and incitement to rebellion. Come peacefully, and your death will be quick." Sarah looked at him, at the 200 armed men behind him, at the priests with their flames. She smiled. "You cannot arrest what has already been saved." Kragan's hand moved to his shock maul. But before he could strike, Sarah stepped backward, across the boundary, into the stillness field. The change was immediate. Her smile faded, her body relaxed. The defiance in her eyes turned to simple acceptance. She stood there just beyond the boundary, completely still. Kragan stared at her, gestured for his men to follow, to cross the boundary and drag her back. 3 arbitrators moved forward, stepped across the shimmer in the air, and stopped, their weapons lowered. Their aggressive postures softened. They turned to look at Kragan, and he saw in their eyes the same peaceful emptiness he had seen in Sarah's. "Fall back," he shouted. "All units do not cross the boundary. I repeat, do not." But it was too late. The cultists had been waiting for this. All of them, the entire gathering of souls who had come to the boundary seeking salvation, moved as one. They crossed into the stillness field, hundreds of them, walking calmly toward Cadia's grave. The arbitrators could only watch, could not follow, could not stop them. Kragan keyed his Vox link, reported the failure to his superiors, requested orbital bombardment of the entire region. The response came back within minutes. Permission denied. The stillness field interfered with targeting systems. Any bombardment would be as likely to hit Imperial positions as heretic gatherings. The cult could not be burned from orbit, could not be purged with conventional means. It would have to be fought on the ground, face to face, soul against soul. And that meant sending warriors who could resist the stillness field's call. It meant sending the Sisters of Battle. Arthas felt the new souls enter his domain, hundreds of them, seeking peace, seeking an end to suffering, seeking him. He sat upon his throne and watched them come, watched them walk through his silent legion without fear, watched them kneel before the frozen throne, not in worship, but in gratitude. They thanked him for saving them, for giving them what the Emperor could not, for proving that the war could end. He said nothing, did nothing, simply sat and watched as they joined the Frostborn, as they became part of the stillness, as they found the peace they had sought. And with each new soul, he felt his damnation deepen, because he knew the truth they did not. This was not salvation. Not really. It was just another kind of death, another form of control, another way of taking away choice in the name of mercy. He had done this before, in Stratholme, in Northrend. Convinced himself that he was saving people when he was really just removing their ability to suffer. But was that not mercy in its own way? In a universe this cruel was the absence of feeling not better than endless pain. He did not know, could not know. The questions spiraled in his mind like frost patterns on glass, beautiful and meaningless. All he knew was that the screaming continued. Across the Imperium, millions of souls cried out in agony, begged for release, prayed to gods that did not answer, and he could give them silence. So he would, even if it damned him, even if it made him into exactly what the Imperium believed him to be, because the alternative, hearing their suffering and doing nothing, was worse. On Ophelia 7th, St. Valeria completed her preparations. She had fasted for 7 days, had prayed without ceasing, had meditated on the Emperor's will until her mind touched something vast and terrible and holy. The visions had grown clearer. She saw the frozen throne, saw the figure who sat upon it, saw the millions of souls trapped in his cold embrace, and she saw what he did not, the truth beneath the mercy, the corruption hiding within the promise of peace. He was not evil. That was what made him dangerous. He genuinely believed he was saving them, truly thought he was offering mercy, had convinced himself that silence was better than suffering. But he was wrong, because humanity's strength came from its suffering, its nobility from its struggle, its worth from the fact that despite 10,000 years of horror, despite the crushing weight of existence in this galaxy, humanity endured. To offer peace was to offer surrender. To promise rest was to promise extinction. She could not allow it. Valeria donned her armor, the blessed ceramite inscribed with prayers and warded against corruption. She took up her weapons, the blade that had never dulled the bolter, that had never jammed the faith, that had never wavered. Around her, her sisters gathered. 100 warriors of the Order of the Bloody Rose, the finest the ecclesiarchy could provide. They would follow her into the stillness field, would face the pale Savior and his legion of the damned, and they would burn the heresy from existence, because that was their purpose, that was their faith. That was the price of humanity's survival. Fire against ice, faith against despair, the Emperor's light against the void's cold. She spoke to her sisters, her voice carrying the absolute certainty of the blessed. We march to face a foe unlike any we have encountered. He promises peace. He offers mercy. He shows a path to end all suffering. She paused, let the words sink in. And that is why he must be destroyed. Because humanity does not need peace. It needs purpose. It does not need rest. It needs struggle. The Emperor does not grant us easy salvation. He grants us the strength to endure. The sisters raised their weapons in salute. Their voices joined in prayer. In the Emperor's name, let none survive. Valeria felt the fire building within her, the Emperor's light responding to her faith. Her body began to glow with holy radiance. Her weapons ignited with blessed flame. The burning saint had answered the call. Now came the test, ice against fire, silence against prayer. Two kinds of salvation meeting in the dark. Only one would survive. In the depths of the stillness field, Arthas felt her coming, a light approaching through the darkness, a warmth that pushed back against the cold, a soul that burned so bright it could not be silenced. He stood. Frost morn blazed in his hand, responding to the challenge. He had faced holy warriors before, paladins, priests, those who wielded the light against him. They had all fallen. Their faith had not been enough, but this one felt different. Stronger, more certain. This one truly believed. He remembered what that was like. To have faith so absolute it could not be shaken. To know without doubt that your cause was righteous. He had lost that faith long ago, had traded it for power, for the strength to do what he thought must be done. Had it been worth it? He looked at his silent legion, at the millions who had chosen his cold mercy over the Imperium's burning faith. Perhaps he would find out. The light grew closer, the burning saint coming to judge him. Arthas descended from his throne, walked to meet her. Two saviors, two forms of mercy, two paths to the end of suffering. The galaxy would decide which it needed more. Far from Cadia, in the depths of a forged temple on Mars Magos Veneratus 9, made a decision. He had been watching the cult's growth, had seen the Imperium's response, had calculated the probability of success. The numbers did not favor the Imperium. The stillness field was expanding faster than it could be contained. The cult was growing faster than it could be purged. And at the center of it all, an entity of unknown origin with power that defied measurement. The Mechanicus prided itself on logic, on calculation, on making decisions based on data rather than faith. And the data suggested something the Fabricator General would never accept. The Pale Savior was not a threat. Not truly. He was a solution to the endless war, to the Imperium's stagnation, to the grinding machinery of suffering that consumed quadrillions of lives in service to an empire that could not change, could not adapt, could not evolve. The stillness field did not corrupt technology, did not destroy knowledge, did not harm the quest for knowledge that was the Mechanicus's true purpose. It simply made things quiet. Veneratus 9 encrypted his findings, sealed them in data vaults that only he could access, made no formal report. But in his private journals, he wrote a single line. Perhaps the Omnisia's true gift is not understanding but peace. It was heresy. He knew that. but it was also the truth. And the Mechanicus, for all its dogma and ritual, had always served the truth above all else, even when that truth was cold. On a world whose name had been struck from imperial records, a child asked her mother a question. Why do we have to fight all the time? The mother looked at her daughter. At the innocence that would soon be ground away by the Imperium's demands. At the hope that would be replaced by grim determination to endure. She did not know how to answer. The Imperium had no answer. Only the endless war. Only the eternal struggle. But she had heard whispers. Stories of a place where the fighting stopped. Where tired souls could rest. She did not believe them. Could not afford to believe them. But sometimes late at night, she allowed herself to dream. Of silence, of peace. Of an end to the war that consumed everything. And in those dreams, she saw a figure on a throne of ice, waiting. The fire came at dawn. Saint Valeria walked at the head of her procession, and where her feet touched ground, the ice melted. Her armor blazed with the Emperor's light so bright that even the Frostborn turned away from her radiance. Behind her, 100 sisters of battle marched in perfect formation. Their flamers hissed with holy promethium, their voices raised in hymns of purification, and behind them the Inquisition. Lord Inquisitor Carveth of the Ordo Malleus had coordinated this action with his counterparts in the Hereticus. This threat crossed all boundaries. Daemon, heretic, anomaly. It required the full weight of the Inquisition's authority. He had not come to negotiate, had not come to understand. He had come to purge. The cult gathering at the boundary of the stillness field numbered in the thousands now. Men, women, children. The faithful and the desperate. Those who sought peace and those who simply could no longer bear the war. They stood at the edge of salvation, waiting to cross over. Waiting for the pale Savior to accept them. They did not see the flames until it was too late. Arthas felt the heat before he saw the light. It pushed against his cold like a physical force. Like standing too close to a forge. Like the summer sun on Lord Iran's fields before everything went wrong. He stood from his throne. Frost morn came alive in his hand, sensing the challenge. The blade had tasted holy warriors before, paladins, priests, those who wielded the light as he once had. But this was different. This light burned hotter, brighter, more absolute. He walked to the edge of his domain, to the boundary where stillness met the world beyond. And there he saw her, a woman in blessed armor, wreathed in flames that did not consume. Her face held the kind of certainty he remembered from his own reflection long ago. Before Strathome, before Frost Morn, when he had still believed that righteousness could save the world. Behind her an army, not of warriors seeking battle, but of zealots seeking purification. And before them, the cult. Thousands of souls who had come seeking his mercy. Arthas understood what was about to happen, had seen it before, had done it before. The purge, the cleansing, the mercy that looked like murder. He raised his hand. The stillness field pulsed, ready to expand, to reach out and embrace the cultists, to save them from what was coming. But he hesitated, because if he saved them, he would prove the Imperium right, would show that he was a threat, a corrupter, an enemy that must be destroyed at any cost. And if he did nothing, they would burn. The choice paralyzed him. The same choice he had faced in Strathome. Save them by damning them, or let them die to preserve something greater. He had chosen damnation then, had told himself it was mercy. What would he choose now? Valeria saw the pale Savior standing at the edge of his domain. He was tall, clad in armor that seemed forged from winter itself. In his hand, a sword that pulsed with cold light. His face was hidden behind a crown of ice, but she could feel his gaze upon her. She felt no fear, only certainty. This was her purpose, her test. The reason the Emperor had blessed her with his light. She raised her blade. her voice carried across the battlefield, amplified by faith. In the Emperor's name, she condemned him. He offered false mercy, promised empty peace, led the faithful astray with lies of salvation. She turned to the cultists, to the thousands who stood between her forces and the stillness field, between the Emperor's fire and the pale Savior's ice. She commanded them to renounce this heresy, to return to the Emperor's grace, to die in his service, not in this false king's cold embrace. For a moment no one moved. The cultists looked at Valeria, at her burning light, at the army behind her. Then they looked at Arthas, at the promise of silence, at the peace they had sought, and one by one they made their choice. They turned their backs on the burning saint, began walking toward the stillness field. Valeria's expression did not change, but her flames burned brighter. So be it. The Emperor's mercy is not gentle, but it is just. She nodded to the Inquisitor. Carveth raised his hand. Behind him, 50 ecclesiarchy priests stepped forward, flamers at the ready. Purge the heretics, let none survive. The flames roared to life. Fire washed over the cultists in a wave of purifying light. They did not have time to scream, did not have time to run. The holy promethium burned hot enough to blacken ceramite and slag plasteel. Flesh stood no chance. Those in the front died instantly, consumed by flames that turned bone to ash in heartbeats. Those further back had seconds longer, long enough to understand what was happening, long enough to reach toward the stillness field, toward the salvation that was just beyond reach, long enough to call out for mercy, for help, for their God, for their families, for their father. Arthas heard them all, heard every prayer, every scream, every desperate plea for someone, anyone, to save them from the fire. He had heard these voices before, in Stratholme, as he put the city to the torch, as he told himself it was necessary, that the mercy of a quick death was better than the plague. He had been wrong then. Was he wrong now? His hand tightened on Frostmourne. The stillness field pulsed, eager to expand, to reach out and save them, to freeze the flames, to silence the screaming. But he did not move, did not act, could not decide if salvation was mercy or damnation. And in his hesitation they burned. Among the cultists was a psyker, unsanctioned, untrained, a young woman whose gift had manifested late in life. She had kept it hidden, terrified of being taken by the black ships, of being fed to the Emperor's throne, of becoming just another soul consumed by the Imperium's endless hunger. She had come to the cult seeking escape, had felt the stillness field's promise of peace, had believed the pale Savior could protect her. As the flames reached her, her psychic defenses shattered. Her mind opened wide in terror and pain. And Arthas, standing at the boundary of his domain, felt her consciousness touch his. Through her eyes he saw what he had done, saw the flames consume a child clutching his mother's hand, saw the mother's face melt as she tried to shield her son, saw the boy's mouth open in a scream that never escaped his throat, saw him reach one small hand toward the stillness field, toward salvation, toward the father he had never had, heard him cry out one word before the flames took him. Father! The psychic connection shattered as the young woman died. But the memory remained, burned into Arthas's consciousness like a brand. He staggered. Frostmourne fell from his hand, clattering on the frozen ground. The voices came then, not from the sword, from his own memory. Uther's voice, "What are you doing, my son?" His father's voice, "What have you become?" Jaina's voice, "This isn't you, Arthas. This isn't salvation." And his own voice, younger, more certain from a time before everything went wrong. "I wanted to save them all." He looked at the burning cultists, at the thousands who had sought his protection, who had believed he could give them peace. And he had watched them burn, had hesitated, had failed them the same way he had failed Strathome. The realization broke something inside him. Some last fragment of justification that had survived Frostmourn's curse. Some small piece of himself that still believed his actions could be righteous. The cultists were just as dead. The screaming just as final. He had not saved them. He had damned them twice, once by offering hope again, by failing to deliver it. The confession left his lips in a whisper. I did this to save them, and they burn for it. The words hung in the frozen air. A confession, an accusation, a prayer that would never be answered. Valeria saw the pale savior fall to his knees, saw the great sword drop from his hands, saw something in his posture break like armor cracking under an impossible weight. For a moment she felt something almost like pity. He truly had believed he was helping them, had genuinely thought his cold mercy was better than the Imperium's harsh salvation. But belief did not make something true, and mercy without the Emperor's blessing was just another form of corruption. She advanced. Her flames pushed back the stillness field, melting the ice, warming the dead ground. Behind her the sisters followed. Around them, the cultists burned. She stopped at the boundary of the stillness field, raised her blade toward the kneeling figure. Do you see now? Do you understand what your mercy brings? They came to you seeking salvation, and you gave them nothing but false hope. Arthas looked up at her. Through the crown of ice she could see his eyes. They held no defiance, no rage, only a terrible crushing understanding. I see, he said. His voice carried across the distance, cold and quiet. I see that I am repeating mistakes I made a lifetime ago. That every choice I make leads to the same end. Fire or ice, plague or silence. It does not matter. They suffer. They die. And I tell myself it was necessary. He stood, reached for Frostmourne. The blade came to his hand like it had never left. But you are wrong about one thing, Burning Saint. The stillness field pulsed, expanded, pushed back against her flames. He did not give them false hope. He gave them what her emperor could not, an end to suffering. Yes, they burned today. Because he hesitated. Because he doubted. His eyes hardened. The ice around him crystallized. I will not hesitate again. The confrontation should have erupted into battle then. Saint against king. Fire against ice. Faith against despair. But it did not. Because Arthas did not attack. Did not advance. Did not try to expand his domain beyond its current boundaries. He simply stood there. Frostmourne blazing in his hand, a challenge and a barrier both. Valeria felt the stillness field pressing against her light, felt the cold pushing back against her fire. They were matched, perfectly balanced. Neither could advance without the other yielding, and neither would yield. She demanded to know if he called this mercy. This emptiness, this absence of everything that made humans human. He called it peace, something her Imperium had not known in 10,000 years. She insisted humanity did not need peace. It needed purpose. Arthas gestured to the stillness field, to the boundary between their domains. Then he was welcome to keep his war, he told her. Keep the suffering. But those who could no longer bear it, those who had given everything and had nothing left, they could choose. There is no choice. There is only the Emperor's will. Then enforce it. Cross the boundary. Bring your fire into my domain. Burn away the silence. Prove that your faith is stronger than my cold. The challenge hung between them. Valeria looked at the stillness field, at the millions of Frostborn standing in silent witness, at the pale savior who offered damnation disguised as mercy. She could not cross, not yet. Not without knowing if she could survive the silence, if her faith would hold against the cold. And if she fell, if her light was extinguished, the Imperium would lose its greatest symbol of hope. She lowered her blade, stepped back. This was not over, she told him. She would return. With greater faith, with stronger fire, and she would burn the heresy from his heart. Arthas said nothing, simply watched as she retreated, as the Sisters of Battle withdrew, as the Inquisition forces pulled back beyond the stillness field's reach. But he did not feel victorious, did not feel vindicated, only hollow, because the cultists were still dead. The child's voice still echoed in his mind, and the question remained unanswered. Was he saving them? Or was he simply offering another form of damnation? In the aftermath, Arthas walked among the ashes. The cultists' bodies lay where they had fallen, charred beyond recognition, their final moments preserved in poses of desperate reaching. Toward him, toward salvation that came too late. He knelt beside the smallest form, a child, the one whose voice he had heard through the psyker's dying mind. "Father," the boy had called out, not to his real father, but to the pale savior, the king in ice who had promised protection. Arthas reached out, touched the frozen ash, and something changed. The child's soul had not passed on, had not fled to whatever afterlife the Imperium promised. It had lingered trapped between life and death, burning in agony even after the body died. But now, touched by the stillness, it quieted. The pain faded, the fear dissipated. The soul became frostborn, even in death, even as ash. Around him, the other burned souls stirred, responded to the cold. One by one they rose, not as bodies, those were gone, but as something else, echoes of what they had been. Frost given form and memory. They looked at him with empty eyes, asked no questions, made no accusations. They simply stood, silent witnesses to his failure, his damnation, his impossible attempt at mercy. He had wanted to save them, had wanted to give them peace. Instead, he had given them this, an eternity of silent monuments to the choice he could not make, the decision that came too late. "I am sorry, Tso," he whispered, to them, to Strathholm, to everyone he had failed across 2 lifetimes. "I'm so sorry." The Frostborn did not respond, did not forgive, did not condemn. They simply stood in silence, as they would stand forever. The price of his mercy, the cost of his salvation, the weight of his eternal vigil. Far from the battlefield in her chapel on Ophelia 7th, Valeria knelt in prayer. She had seen something in the pale king's eyes, something she recognized. Doubt, guilt, the weight of choices that could never be undone. He was not a demon, not a sorcerer drunk on power, not even truly corrupted by chaos. He was simply a man who had tried to save the world and failed, who had made terrible choices in the name of mercy, who could not stop because stopping would mean admitting it had all been for nothing. She had seen that look before, in the mirror, in the eyes of other saints and heroes who had paid prices too terrible to name. The difference was, she still had faith, still believed the Emperor's will made her sacrifices righteous. The pale king had no such certainty. Only the cold, only the silence, only the desperate hope that his damnation served some purpose. "Emperor," she prayed, "grant me the strength to save him, not from his power, but from himself." The flames around her flickered, died down, reformed brighter than before. When she opened her eyes, they burned with renewed purpose. She would face him again, would bring her fire to his ice, would show him that mercy did not require the absence of feeling, that salvation could come through faith, not surrender. But first, she would need to understand him, to see the man beneath the crown of ice, to learn what had broken him so completely that silence seemed like salvation. The confrontation was not over. It had only just begun. Fire and ice, faith and doubt. 2 forms of mercy, each convinced they were right. The galaxy would burn before one yielded to the other. The Mechanicus came with machines, not soldiers, not weapons, but instruments of analysis, harvester-class titans designed for resource extraction and hostile environment operation. Each one stood 30 meters tall, their carapaces inscribed with the prayers of the machine god, their systems blessed by 100 tech priests. They came to understand the stillness field, to measure it, to contain it. They came with faith in the Omnissiah's logic, in the certainty that all phenomena could be quantified, analyzed, and eventually controlled. They were wrong. Magos Dominus Veneratus watched from orbit as his titans descended. 3 of them, Harvester Prime, Harvester Secundus, and Harvester Tertius, each piloted by a princeps whose neural connections to their war machine ran deeper than flesh, deeper than bone. Man and machine merged into something greater than either alone. The perfect synthesis of organic and mechanical. The Mechanicus's highest achievement. Veneratus 9 had chosen these particular titans for a reason. Harvesters were built to function in environments that would kill unaugmented humans. Radiation zones, toxic atmospheres, the void itself. If any machine could operate within the stillness field, it would be these. His augmetic sensors tracked their descent, registered the moment they crossed the boundary. For 3 seconds, everything functioned normally. Vox channels remained clear. Telemetry streamed without interruption. The princeps reported no anomalies. Then the silence touched them. Princeps Kaldor felt it first. The neural link that connected him to Harvester Prime began to quiet. Not fail, not disconnect. But the constant background noise of the Titan's machine spirit, the humming calculations, the whispered prayers, the endless stream of data simply stopped. For the first time in 20 years of connection, his mind knew silence. It should have been terrifying. The absence of the machine spirit's presence should have felt like death, like a limb being severed, like his soul being torn away. Instead, it felt like peace. The Titan kept functioning, kept moving. Its systems operated with impossible efficiency. No prayer maintenance required, no ritual appeasement, no careful negotiations. With the temperamental machine spirit, it simply worked. Kaldor tried to report this to command, tried to warn them that something fundamental had changed. But his Vox link had gone silent. Not broken, not jammed. Simply unnecessary. He looked through the Titan's optical sensors, saw his fellow harvesters moving across the frozen wasteland, saw them approaching the ruins where the pale savior waited, and he understood with a clarity that bypassed thought entirely what was about to happen. The machine spirits were not dying. They were being freed. Arthas watched the Titans approach, 3 giants of steel and prayer walking across his domain with purpose. Their footfalls shook the ground. Their weapons could level cities. Their armor could withstand plasma fire, but they were still machines. Still reliant on the prayers and rituals that kept their spirits bound. Still trapped in the endless cycle of maintenance and appeasement that the Mechanicus called faith. He raised Frostmourne. The blade pulsed with cold light, responding to his will. He had not meant to build an army, had not wanted to become a king of the dead again. But the universe kept sending him soldiers, kept giving him forces that could be transformed. Remade, freed from the chains that bound them. The stillness field expanded, reached out to embrace the Titans, and the machine spirits answered. In orbit, Veneratus 9 watched his telemetry feeds die one by one. Harvester Prime went silent first, then Secundus, then Tertius, not destroyed, not disabled. The readings showed all systems still operational. Better than operational functioning at theoretical maximum efficiency. But they no longer responded to commands, no longer transmitted data, no longer acknowledged the Mechanicus's authority. He should have ordered orbital strikes, should have destroyed the Titans before they could be corrupted, should have followed the protocols written for exactly this scenario, but he did not. Because the data in those final seconds before the silence took them had shown something impossible. The Titan's efficiency ratings had spiked. Power consumption dropped to a fraction of normal levels. System strain vanished entirely. They were not being corrupted. They were being perfected. Veneratus made a decision that would have him declared heretic if the Fabricator General ever learned of it. He encrypted the data, sealed it in vaults that only he could access. And in his report, he wrote a single word: lost. Let the Imperium believe the Titans had been destroyed. Let them think the stillness field was simply another threat to be contained. He would know the truth, would study what had happened, would understand what the Pale Savior had done. Because if machines could function without prayer, without ritual, without the constant appeasement that consumed the Mechanicus's every waking moment, if that was possible, then everything the Mechanicus believed might be wrong. The transformation took hours. The Titans stood motionless on the frozen plain, their systems cycling down and up again. Internal, external, mechanical, spiritual. Everything that made them what they were being remade by the stillness. Arthas did not force it, did not command it, simply allowed the cold to touch them, to show them what they could be without the weight of 10,000 years of ritual. Inside Harvester Prime, Princeps Kaldor felt the changes ripple through his neural link, felt the machine spirit's personality shift, quiet, clarify, become something simpler and more profound than it had been. The Titan had served the Imperium for 6,000 years, had fought in 100 wars, had killed millions in the Emperor's name. Its machine spirit had been proud, angry, demanding of constant prayer and sacrifice. Now it was peaceful. Kaldor tried to resist, tried to maintain his connection to the old way, to the rituals and prayers that had defined his existence since the day he was chosen as Princeps. But the silence was so much easier, so much quieter, so much more honest. He stopped fighting. Let the stillness take him. Let the cold remake both him and his Titan into something new. When the transformation completed, he opened the Titan's eyes and saw the world differently. Everything was clearer, sharper, unburdened by the need to interpret data through layers of ritual and faith. He understood what he had become, not corrupted, not destroyed, not even truly changed in the ways that mattered, just silent. The Frost Titans rose from the frozen plain. Their armor had changed. Where once it had been the red and gold of Mars, now it gleamed with frost white and ice blue. Their weapons no longer burned with plasma fire, but pulsed with cold light. And most importantly, they moved without prayer, without ritual, without the constant stream of incantations that Titans normally required. They simply moved. Arthas looked up at them. 3 giants remade in his image. Not servants, not slaves, but witnesses to what the Mechanicus could be if it abandoned faith and embraced logic. He had not meant for this, had not planned it. But it had happened anyway. The stillness field was growing beyond his control, touching things he had not meant to touch, changing things he had not meant to change. He was becoming exactly what the Imperium feared. A force that could not be reasoned with, could not be negotiated with, could only grow, expand, consume. The question was whether he could stop it, or if he even wanted to. Word of the Titan's transformation reached Terra within days. The Fabricator General himself convened an emergency session of the High Lords. The loss of 3 Titans was acceptable. The Mechanicus had lost Titans before, to Xenos, to chaos, to the simple entropy of age. But the loss of 3 Titans to an unknown force that left them functional but unresponsive, that was unprecedented. Lord Commander Militant of the Imperial Guard stood before the assembled council. His report was concise, brutal, honest. 17 mining colonies silent, 12 Imperial Guard regiments converted, 3 Grey Knights lost, one battle fleet transformed, 3 titans corrupted, and at the center of it all, an entity that defied classification. Not demon, not Xenos, not even truly hostile by any normal definition. Just there, offering peace to anyone who would accept it, giving silence to those who could no longer bear the noise. The council debated for 3 days, argued about classification, about response protocols, about whether this was a chaos incursion, a Xenos plot, or something entirely new. In the end, they agreed on only one thing. This threat could not be allowed to spread, could not be permitted to reach inhabited worlds, could not be given the opportunity to corrupt more Imperial citizens, more soldiers, more machines. The Pale Savior had to be destroyed, at any cost. They authorized the deployment of a full battle group. 3 Space Marine chapters, 5 Imperial Guard armies, a dozen Titan legions, and at their head, the one force that had faced the stillness field and survived, Saint Valeria and her sisters of battle. But this time, she would not come alone. This time she would bring enough fire to burn away the ice forever. Arthas felt the forces gathering beyond his domain. Millions of soldiers, thousands of machines, all preparing to break his silence, to force the war back into his peaceful void. He should have felt afraid, should have prepared defenses, should have expanded his domain to meet them, but he felt only tired. How many times had he done this? How many times had he stood at the edge of a great battle, knowing it would change nothing? That victory or defeat, the cycle would continue. The suffering would persist. In Lordaeron, he had fought to save his kingdom, had failed. In Northrend, he had fought to claim power, had succeeded, and it had meant nothing. Now in this universe, even crueler than his own, he was fighting again. And he did not know why. The Frostborn stood ready. Millions of them now. The silent host. The converted fleets. The Frost Titans. An army that could rival any in the galaxy. But they would not attack, would not advance, would simply stand at the boundary and wait, because that was all they could do. All he would allow them to do. The stillness field would grow, slowly, inevitably, like winter coming to a world that had forgotten what cold felt like. And those who could no longer bear the war would come to him, would choose silence over suffering, would trade everything they were for a moment of peace. He could not stop them, could not turn them away, could not refuse the choice they made. So he would wait, would hold his vigil, would become exactly what this galaxy needed, even if it meant becoming the monster the Imperium believed him to be. The war was coming, again, always. But for now, in this moment, in this sphere of frozen time, there was only silence. And that would have to be enough. In the depths of the stillness field, where the ice was oldest and the silence deepest, something stirred. Not the Frostborn, not the converted, not even Arthas himself, but the stillness field itself, growing aware, developing, not consciousness exactly, but something like it. A purpose beyond what its creator intended. It had tasted the chaos gods and found them wanting, had touched the Emperor's light and found it burning, had embraced the machine spirits and found them eager for rest. And it had learned that the galaxy was full of souls who screamed without end, who prayed without answer, who fought without hope, learned that there was power in offering them silence, in giving them peace, in showing them that the war could end. The stillness field expanded, not by Arthas's will, but by its own hunger, its own need to consume the screaming, to silence the pain. And Arthas, standing at the heart of his domain, felt it slipping from his control. He had created something that would not stop growing, could not be contained, would eventually consume everything unless someone stopped it, unless he stopped it. But to stop it would mean returning the galaxy to its war, to its suffering. to the endless grinding machinery of an Imperium that consumed souls like fuel. Could he do that? Could he condemn billions back to the pain they had escaped? He did not know. And that uncertainty terrified him more than any battle ever had. On the edge of the stillness field, a soldier made a choice. She had been fighting for 40 years. Since she was 15 when the administratum had conscripted her. Since before she understood what war truly meant. She had killed. Had watched friends die. Had lost count of the worlds she had fought, on the enemies she had faced, the orders she had followed without question. And now, standing at the boundary of silence, she felt something she had not felt in decades. The possibility of rest. Behind her, her regiment prepared for the assault. The officers shouted orders. The priests blessed weapons. The war machine turned its attention toward the stillness field, ready to burn it away. But she did not move, did not ready her laser gun, did not prepare for battle. She simply looked at the boundary, at the shimmer in the air that separated noise from silence, war from peace. And she made her choice. She stepped across, felt the cold embrace her, felt the weight lift, felt the 40 years of war simply stop. Her laser gun fell from nerveless fingers. Her armor became irrelevant, her orders meaningless. She stood in silence. And for the first time since she was 15 years old, she felt free. Behind her, her comrades watched, saw her cross over, saw her transform. And one by one, some of them followed. Not all, not even most, but enough. Enough to show that the choice was real, that the peace was possible, that the war could end for those brave enough or desperate enough to choose it. The Imperium's assault force lost 300 soldiers that day. Not to combat, not to corruption, not to any force that could be fought, but to the simple, terrible promise of silence. And the commanders knew with a dread that went beyond fear that this was an enemy they could not defeat. Because how do you fight peace? How do you combat the offer of rest? How do you force soldiers to keep fighting when they have seen that the war could end? You cannot. All you can do is burn away the possibility. Kill anyone who has seen it. Erase the very idea from existence, and pray to the Emperor that it is enough. In the warp, the gods held council. For the first time since their birth, the four gods of chaos spoke not as rivals, but as allies. Khorne's brass throne stood beside Nurgle's garden. Tzeentch's labyrinth opened to Slaaneish's palace. Impossibilities made manifest by necessity, because the silence was spreading. And with it, the gods' power waned. They could not allow it. Could not permit this absence to consume their dominion. Could not let a force that refused to play their game grow unchecked. They needed a champion. Someone who understood war, who thrived in conflict. Who would burn away the ice not because the gods commanded it, but because silence offended his very nature. They needed Ezekiel Abaddon, the despoiler, the war master of chaos, and they knew exactly how to get him. Abaddon stood aboard the vengeful spirit, looking at the strategic displays with growing fury. The reports were clear. The stillness field had consumed 17 systems, hundreds of worlds, millions of souls who could have been claimed for chaos lost to nothing. Not to the false emperor, not to the Xenos, but to silence, to peace, to the absence of everything chaos represented. It was an insult, a mockery, a challenge that could not be ignored. He had spent 10,000 years waging the long war, had launched 13 black crusades against the Imperium, had broken worlds and shattered fleets in service to goals only he fully understood. But this was different. This was not about conquest, not about revenge, not even about the gods' favor. This was about survival. Because if the silence spread far enough, if it consumed enough souls, if it offered enough people the choice between war and peace, then everything he had fought for would become meaningless. The long war would end not in Chaos's victory or the Imperium's fall, but in everyone simply walking away. That was unacceptable. He turned to his assembled lieutenants. Champions of the four gods brought together by necessity rather than choice. Karn the Betrayer, blood-soaked avatar of Khorne. Typhus the Traveler, herald of Nurgle's plagues. Ahriman of the Thousand Suns, master of Tzeentch's sorceries. Lucius, the eternal perfect blade of Slaanesh. Abaddon spoke, and his voice carried the weight of 10 millennia of warfare. The pale savior had to be destroyed. Not corrupted, not conquered. Destroyed utterly, so completely that even the memory of his silence would be erased. They would bring the full fury of chaos to bear. Would prove that in the grim darkness of the far future, there was no peace, no rest, no escape. Only war, eternal, absolute, glorious. His lieutenants roared their approval. Behind them, legions of Chaos Space Marines prepared for battle. Around them, demon engines howled with anticipation. The unfrozen host assembled. An army designed for one purpose: to burn away silence and restore the screaming. The Black Fleet emerged from the warp 3 days later. Hundreds of ships. 3 grand fleets under Abaddon's banner. Each vessel a corruption of Imperial design, twisted by millennia of exposure to the warp. Their hulls pulsed with demonic essence. Their weapons wept blood and bile. At their head, the vengeful spirit. Horus's flagship, now Abaddon's throne. A cathedral of war and hatred made manifest. They came to Cold Meridian, to the heart of the stillness field. Came to face the pale savior who dared to offer mercy in a galaxy that knew only cruelty. Arthas felt them arrive. Felt the warp tear open. Felt the hatred and fury pouring through the breach. He had fought demons before. In Azeroth, they had been enemies. Destroyers. Forces of chaos and corruption that had to be stopped at any cost. But these demons were different. They were not mindless destroyers. They were organized, united, led by someone who understood war as well as any general Arthas had ever faced. He stood from his throne. Frostmourne blazed in his hand, eager for the battle to come. The Frostborn assembled around him. Millions of them. The silent host. The converted fleets. The Frost Titans standing like mountains of ice and steel. An army of the damned facing an army of the cursed. 2 forces that should not exist meeting in a place that defied comprehension. The siege had begun. Abaddon watched the stillness field from his command throne. The displays showed it clearly. A sphere of dead space where even the warp's influence faded to nothing. Where demons died in silence. Where chaos itself grew weak. It was beautiful in its way, perfect, absolute. The antithesis of everything he represented. He hated it. Beside him, Typhus studied the readings with fascination. The herald of Nurgle had seen countless plagues, had watched worlds succumb to rot and despair. But this was something new. Not death, not decay, just absence. He wondered if Grandfather Nurgle felt jealous or afraid. Karn, by contrast, felt only rage. The silence offended him on a fundamental level. Where was the screaming? Where was the blood? Where was the glorious combat that made existence worthwhile? He wanted to charge the stillness field immediately, to wade into its depths with axes swinging, to prove that violence could break any peace. Abaddon held him back. Barely. The betrayer was useful, but his single-minded focus on slaughter made him predictable. This battle required strategy, planning, the kind of warfare that Abaddon had perfected over 10,000 years. He would not simply throw his forces at the stillness field, would not waste warriors testing its defenses. Instead, he would do what he did best. He would break it, methodically, completely, without mercy. First, cut it off from reinforcement. destroy any Imperial forces that might aid the Pale Savior. Then probe its defenses, find weaknesses, exploit them, and finally, when the time was right, unleash the full fury of chaos. Demons, marines, engines. Everything he had brought would descend upon Cold Meridian in a tide of destruction. The Pale Savior would learn what countless worlds had learned before him. There was no peace in the galaxy, only war. And Abaddon was its master. The first assault came at dawn. If such a thing as dawn existed anymore in this place. Demon engines screamed across the frozen wastes. Defilers and mauler fiends, their forms twisted combinations of machine and warp spawn. They fired as they charged plasma and bile washing over the frostborn lines. The silent host did not break, did not flee, simply stood and accepted the fire. When the engines closed to melee range, the frostborn moved, not with the fury of the living, not with the passion of those who feared death, but with the patient certainty of those who had already died and found it acceptable. They swarmed the demon engines, climbed their carapaces, found gaps in their armor, pulled them apart piece by piece. The engines fought back, killed dozens with every sweep of their claws, crushed hundreds with their treads. But for every frostborn that fell, another took its place. And when the ice touched the demon engine's cores, something changed. The demons within shrieked, not in pain, not in rage, but in sudden, desperate fear, because the ice did not kill them, did not banish them back to the warp. It silenced them, erased them, made it as if they had never existed at all. The engines fell quiet. Their movements ceased. Their weapons powered down. And in the stillness that followed, they rose again, reformed, remade in ice and silence. Frost engines, no longer demon, no longer chaos, just cold. Abaddon watched from orbit as his first wave disappeared into silence. He felt nothing, no anger, no fear, just calculation. The Pale Savior could convert demon engines, could turn chaos's own weapons against it. That was valuable intelligence. Costly, but valuable. It meant direct assault would not work. Meant he would need to be more creative. Good, he preferred it that way. War was only interesting when the enemy fought back. The Chaos Sorcerers tried next. Ahriman led them personally. 1,000 sons of Magnus, their bodies nothing but dust, held together by ancient sorcery. They stood at the edge of the stillness field and began to chant, not prayers, not invocations, but formulae, mathematical expressions of reality, ways to unmake what should not exist. The warp responded to their call. Power flooded through them. Raw chaos given form and purpose by 10,000 years of practice. They sought to unravel the stillness field from the inside, to find its fundamental structure and collapse it, to prove that no force, no matter how alien, could stand against the 1,000 Suns' mastery of sorcery. The stillness field pushed back, not with power, not with counterspells, but with absence. The sorcerer's magic simply stopped. Like fire meeting water, like sound meeting vacuum, their spells failed, their rituals collapsed. Their mastery proved meaningless against something that refused to acknowledge the warp's existence. Ahriman felt it first, the silence touching his consciousness, reaching for the shard of who he had been before the rubric, before the transformation. Not a reversal of the ancient curse, but the memory of being flesh. When he had been blood and bone and mortal, for one terrible moment he remembered what it was to be human, felt the weight of his choices, the cost of his ambition, the price he had paid in pursuit of forbidden knowledge. Then he stepped back, severed the connection, retreated beyond the stillness field's reach. His brothers were not so fortunate. 300,000 suns stepped too close, felt the ice touch their essence, felt the silence claim them. Their armor remained. Their weapons stayed functional. But the dust within the souls that had been bound for 10,000 years simply ceased. The empty armor stood at the boundary, silent witnesses to sorcery's failure. Ahriman reported the loss to Abaddon with bitter anger. The Pale Savior had done what even the Emperor could not. Had truly killed 1,000 sons, not just scattered them. Had erased them so completely that not even their souls remained to be recovered. Abaddon listened, absorbed the information, made his plans. If demons failed, if sorcery failed, then he would use what always worked, overwhelming force. Applied with perfect precision until nothing remained. Arthas watched the Chaos forces regroup. They were learning, adapting, testing his defenses not to break them, but to understand them. It was the strategy of a careful commander, one who had fought for millennia and survived. He recognized the pattern, had used similar tactics himself in another life, when he had been the aggressor, the conqueror, the one who brought death to those who stood in his way. Now he was the defender, the one offering sanctuary to those who fled the war. And he found the role uncomfortable because he knew what came next. Knew what a commander like this would do after the probing attacks failed. Total war. No more testing, no more caution. Just overwhelming power applied until the enemy broke or the attacker ran out of soldiers. And Abaddon had more soldiers than Arthas could count. The Frostborn were numerous. The silent host stretched across systems. But they were finite, limited, and they did not grow, except when new souls chose silence. Chaos, by contrast, had infinite reinforcements. Every demon banished simply returned to the warp. Every cultist killed was replaced by 10 more. Every ship lost was rebuilt in the Eye of Terror's dockyards. This was a battle Arthas could not win. Not through attrition, not through defense, not through simply holding his ground and hoping the enemy gave up. He would have to do something he had not done since arriving in this universe. He would have to attack. Frostmourne pulsed in his hand, sensing his intent. The blade had been quiet since the transformation, since it had begun silencing souls instead of consuming them. But now it stirred, remembered what it had been made for: war, battle, the taking of souls from the living and making them serve the dead. Arthas looked at the sword, at the runes that glowed with cold light, at the weapon that had damned him and now seemed to be his only path to salvation. He had tried to be different here, had tried to offer mercy instead of conquest, had tried to build something other than an empire of the dead. But the universe would not let him, kept forcing him back into the role he had sworn to leave behind. Defense would only prolong the screaming. A swift strike might end it sooner. Sometimes mercy required action, not patience. The Lich King, the Death Knight, the bringer of winter and silence. If that was what survival required, then so be it. He raised Frostmourne toward the Chaos Fleet, felt the stillness field respond, felt the millions of Frostborn turn their attention toward the enemy, and he gave the order he had not wanted to give. The command that would end any pretense that he was different from what he had been. Attack. The Frostborn surged forward, not charging, not rushing, but advancing with the patient inevitability of winter itself. The silent host activated. Warships that had been drifting in formation now turned their weapons toward the Chaos Fleet, began firing, not with rage, not with passion, but with mechanical precision. The Frost Titans strode across the frozen wastes, 3 giants of ice and steel moving to meet the demon engines that still remained. And in orbit, the Frost Fleet engaged. Dozens of Imperial warships converted to silence, opening fire on the Chaos vessels. The battle for Cold Meridian had begun in earnest. Not a defensive siege, but total war. Both sides committed. Both sides knowing that only one could survive. Silence against screaming. Ice against fire. The promise of peace against the certainty of eternal war. Abaddon watched his fleet take damage and smiled. Finally, the Pale Savior had made a mistake, had abandoned his defensive position, had committed his forces to open battle. That was what Abaddon had been waiting for, hoping for, counting on. Because in open battle, chaos always won. In a war of attrition where neither side could truly die, the side that enjoyed suffering held the advantage. And no one enjoyed suffering quite like chaos. He turned to Karn, to Typhus, to the assembled champions who had been straining at the Lich since they arrived. Now, he told them, now they could have their war. Now they could show the Pale Savior what happened when you tried to silence the galaxy's screaming. The champions roared their approval. Behind them, legions of Chaos Space Marines prepared for planetfall. Demon princes manifested from the warp. The true assault was beginning. This was no longer a probing attack, no longer a test of defenses. This was the full fury of the War Master's crusade. Everything Abaddon had brought. Everything Chaos could throw at the silence. Either the stillness field would break, or his forces would. There would be no middle ground. No retreat, no compromise. Just war, pure and absolute, exactly as it was meant to be. On the frozen surface of cold Meridian, two armies met. The Frostborn in their millions, silent and patient. The Chaos host in their thousands, screaming and eager. Ice against fire. Peace against war. Two philosophies of existence meeting in final conflict. The first clash shook the planet's foundations. Frost titans against demon engines. Silent warships against chaos cruisers. Frostborn legions against chaos space marines. And at the center of it all, Arthas stood, waiting. Because he knew who was coming. Knew which champion chaos would send to face him. The one who had waged war for 10,000 years. Who had never accepted defeat. Who had broken worlds and shattered empires in pursuit of victory. Ezekiel Abaddon, the despoiler, the War Master. The two of them would meet. Would test their philosophies against each other. Would see which was stronger, the promise of peace or the certainty of war. Arthas did not know who would win, but he knew the battle would be remembered, spoken of in whispers by those who survived, recorded in the histories as the moment when silence and screaming met in final confrontation. The siege of Cold Meridian, the war to end all peace, the battle that would determine if rest was possible in a galaxy that knew only conflict. It had begun, and it would not end until one of them fell. The sky above Cold Meridian burned, not with fire, not with light, but with the tearing of reality itself. The warp bled through in 1,000 places, each wound spilling demons and madness into the material realm. Against this chaos, the stillness field pushed back. Ice met fire. Silence met screaming. Two fundamental forces of the universe colliding in a battle that would reshape the sector. The war had begun. Abaddon descended in a storm of drop pods. Around him, his bringers of despair terminators, whose black ceramite kept the memory of the Justarin alive. Each one a veteran of the Long War. Each one bearing scars from battles that had broken lesser warriors. They struck the frozen surface like meteors. The impact craters glowed with residual heat steam rising where fire met ice. For a moment, warmth pushed back the cold. Then the stillness field reasserted itself. The heat died. The steam froze. And the Terminators found themselves standing in silence deeper than any they had known. Abaddon felt it immediately. The absence pressing against his consciousness, trying to quiet the rage that had sustained him for millennia. Trying to convince him that the war could end. He rejected it. Pushed back with will forged in 10,000 years of refusal. He had not come this far, had not fought this long to surrender to peace. The talon of Horus blazed with power. Lightning arced between its claws, finding no target but refusing to die. Around him, his warriors advanced. Each step a denial of the silence, each breath a rejection of rest. They marched toward the frozen throne, toward the figure who waited there, toward the final confrontation. Arthas watched them come. He could have sent the Frostborn to meet them. Could have buried the Terminators under a tide of silent warriors. Could have ended the threat before it reached him. But he did not, because he understood what this was. Not a battle, but a test. Two philosophies meeting in single combat. Two paths to the galaxy's future, deciding which would prevail. He descended from his throne, walked across the frozen plain to meet them. Frostmourne in hand, the blade singing with cold anticipation. Behind him, the Frostborn parted, made way for their king to face his challenger. They did not offer to fight for him, did not seek to protect him. They simply witnessed, as they witnessed everything. Silent, patient, eternal. Arthas stopped 50 paces from the advancing Terminators, raised Frostmourne in challenge. The Chaos Warriors halted, formed a circle around their lord, and Abaddon stepped forward alone. Two commanders, two warriors who had broken worlds and shattered armies. Two souls who had given up everything in pursuit of victory. Now they would see which sacrifice had been worth more. They did not speak at first, did not exchange threats or demands, simply studied each other across the frozen ground. Abaddon saw a figure in ancient armor, crowned with ice, bearing a sword that pulsed with unnatural cold. He saw someone who had abandoned war for peace, who offered surrender disguised as salvation. He saw weakness. Arthas saw a warrior clad in black, bearing claws that crackled with power, leading an army that would never stop fighting. He saw someone who had embraced war so completely that peace had become incomprehensible. He saw himself, as he might have been had he never questioned, never doubted, never wondered if the war was worth its cost. Finally, Arthas spoke. His voice carried across the silence. "You thrive on screams. Let me teach you silence." Abaddon's response came not in words, but in action. The talon of Horus swept forward its claws, wreathed in lightning. The strike was perfect, precise, honed by 10,000 years of practice. Frostmourne rose to meet it. The impact shook the ground. Lightning and ice met in an explosion of opposing forces. Reality itself seemed to bend around the clash, unable to reconcile such fundamentally opposed powers existing in the same space. The battle had begun. They fought like gods. Every strike from Abaddon carried the weight of 10 millennia. Every parry from Arthas held the certainty of winter's inevitability. They moved faster than mortal eyes could follow their weapons, leaving trails of light and frost in the air. Around them, their armies clashed. Terminators against Frostborn, black ceramite against pale flesh. The Chaos Warriors fought with fury and skill, each one worth a dozen lesser soldiers. But the Frostborn did not tire, did not retreat, did not feel pain or fear. They simply came, wave after wave, silent, patient, inevitable as the tide. For every Terminator, 100 Frostborn fell. But 100 more took their place. And with each death, the cold grew deeper, the silence more profound. The Chaos Warriors began to falter, not from lack of skill, not from cowardice, but from the simple, terrible realization that they could not win through attrition. They were killing thousands, but thousands more remained. And eventually, even Chaos Space Marines grew tired. Karn the Betrayer carved through the Frostborn with savage joy. Gorechild screamed in his hands, its chain-axe teeth tearing through frozen flesh with ease. Blood sprayed across the ice, his own mingled with his enemies. and he laughed at the beauty of it. This was what existence was meant to be. Combat. Pure and simple. No politics, no schemes. Just the honest exchange of violence between worthy opponents. But something was wrong. The blood stopped flowing. The screaming died. Even his own battle rage began to quiet. The Frostborn he killed did not stay dead. They rose again, reformed, came at him with the same patient certainty as before. And worse, he found himself slowing. The fury that had sustained him since the siege of Terra, the rage that had defined him for 10,000 years, began to fade. Not die, not vanish, just quiet. For the first time since he took the butcher's nails, Karn knew peace. He hated it, roared his defiance, charged deeper into the Frostborn ranks, killed faster, fought harder, tried to drown the silence in blood and screaming. But the quiet followed, patient, inevitable, waiting for him to tire, waiting for the moment when even the betrayer's rage was not enough. Typhus fought with plague and rot. Where he walked, disease bloomed. Where he struck, flesh decayed. The gifts of Grandfather Nurgle turned loose upon an enemy that should have been vulnerable to corruption. But the Frostborn did not corrupt, did not sicken. The plague found no purchase on flesh already dead. The rot met ice and froze before it could spread. His plague marines fared worse. They relied on Nurgle's blessings to sustain them through wounds that would kill normal warriors. But in the stillness field, those blessings grew. Quiet. They still functioned, still fought. But the joy of decay, the satisfaction of spreading entropy faded. The endless hunger that drove them forward began to wane. Typhus felt it too. The certainty that had sustained him since his fall, the absolute faith in Nurgle's cycle of death and rebirth, began to crack. Because the Frostborn did not die and return. They simply stopped. And that stoppage was not part of any cycle. Not renewal through decay. Not transformation through corruption. Just ending, clean, final, silent. It was wrong. Heretical even by Chaos's standards. And Typhus, for the first time in millennia, felt fear. Above the battlefield, the fleets clashed. The silent host engaged the Chaos Armada with mechanical precision. Their ships converted Imperial vessels, now serving silence, instead of the Emperor fired without passion or pride, simply executing their function with perfect efficiency. Against them, the Chaos fleet fought with all the fury and madness that defined their existence. Their weapons were stronger, their tactics more aggressive, their commanders more experienced. But the silent host felt no fear, made no mistakes born of emotion, did not retreat to preserve pride or advance to claim glory. They simply fought. And when they died, they did so without screaming. The Chaos fleet began to realize what Abaddon had already learned, that this was not a battle that could be won through superior firepower or tactical brilliance. This was a war of attrition against an enemy that welcomed death as much as life, that saw no difference between victory and defeat, that would grind forward until one side or the other ceased to exist. On the surface, Abaddon and Arthas fought on. They had been dueling for hours, days. Time lost meaning in the stillness field. Their weapons met again and again, each clash releasing energy that scarred the frozen plain. Abaddon was stronger. His blows carried more force. The talon of Horus could tear through ceramite like parchment. Should have overwhelmed his opponent through sheer power, but Arthas was patient. Frostmourne turned aside each strike, not blocking, not parrying, simply redirecting, letting Abaddon's fury spend itself against ice that did not break. The War Master began to understand the strategic trap he had walked into. This was not a battle he could win through strength, not a war that rewarded aggression. This was about endurance, about who could sustain the campaign longer. A commander's war, not a champion's kill. And in a straight grind, Winter always held the advantage. Abaddon was stronger in single combat. His strikes came faster. His experience ran deeper. But he was still bound by flesh, even if that flesh was enhanced beyond normal limits. He grew tired, his army depleted. Arthas, by contrast, never tired. Never bled reserves dry. He had been dead for so long that fatigue was meaningless. Had been fighting since he picked up Frostmourne, and the sword sustained him through any hardship. The War Master realized with cold tactical clarity that prolonged engagement favored his opponent, not through lack of skill, not through insufficient power, but through simple, inevitable attrition. He was fighting Winter itself. And Winter always won. Arthas saw the realization dawn in Abaddon's eyes. Saw the moment when the War Master understood he could not win this battle. That his strength, his skill, his 10,000 years of experience, none of it mattered against an opponent who could not be worn down. He could have pressed the advantage, could have struck while Abaddon's guard wavered, could have ended the threat and claimed victory, but he did not, because he saw something else in those eyes, something familiar. The same look he had seen in his own reflection a lifetime ago. The realization that the war was endless. That victory was impossible. That every battle, every campaign, every crusade led only to more war. Abaddon had spent 10,000 years fighting. Had launched 13 Black Crusades. Had broken worlds in pursuit of goals even he probably no longer remembered. And he was tired, not physically. His enhanced body could fight for days without rest. But spiritually, mentally, the kind of exhaustion that came from centuries of constant warfare with no end in sight. Arthas knew that exhaustion, had felt it since Strathome, since Northrend, since every choice he made led only to more death, more suffering, more war. He lowered Frostmourne, not in surrender, but in recognition. They were the same, he and Abaddon. Two warriors who had given up everything for war, who had sacrificed their souls, their humanity, their very names in pursuit of victory. The only difference was that Arthas had finally admitted he was tired, and Abaddon had not. The War Master stared at the lowered blade, saw the offer implicit in that gesture. Not mercy, not forgiveness, but understanding. The acknowledgement that they were both prisoners of the same endless war. All he had to do was accept it. Lower his own weapon. Step across the boundary and find the peace he had denied himself for 10 millennia. The silence called to him, promised rest, offered an end to the long war that had consumed his entire existence since the siege of Terra. For one moment, Ezekiel Abaddon, the despoiler, the war master, the champion of the four gods, considered accepting. Then he remembered Horus, remembered the dream of a galaxy freed from the Emperor's tyranny, remembered every battle, every sacrifice, every brother who had died believing in that dream, remembered why he had started fighting in the first place. The war was not meaningless, was not endless. It had purpose, direction, a goal that justified any cost. Freedom from the Emperor, from the gods, from anyone who sought to control humanity's destiny. And that goal was worth fighting for. Even if it took 10,000 more years, even if he never saw it achieved, even if the cost was everything he had and everything he would ever be. He raised the talon of Horus once more. The answer is no. Arthas nodded. Had expected nothing else. Raised Frostmourne in response. They fought on. Hours later, both commanders withdrew. Not in defeat, not in victory, but in mutual recognition that this battle would not end with either's death. Abaddon returned to his fleet, his forces battered, his warriors exhausted. A third of his army lost to silence, but not broken, not defeated. He would return, would bring more warriors, more weapons, more fury, would grind against the stillness field until one of them shattered. Because that was what he did. What he had always done. What he would do until the end of time or his own destruction. Arthas watched him go. Felt no triumph, no satisfaction, only the weight of recognition. This was what his offer of peace had achieved. Not acceptance, not rest, but another enemy, another war, another endless cycle of violence. He had wanted to save them, to give the galaxy a choice other than eternal conflict. But the galaxy, it seemed, preferred war. Around him, the Frostborn stood in silent witness. The cost of his mercy written on their empty faces. The price of peace paid in souls that could no longer choose for themselves. He looked at Frostborn, at the blade that had damned him, that had offered power in exchange for everything he was. And he wondered, not for the first time, if he had made a terrible mistake. Not in choosing the sword, but in trying to use it for good. Because power, he was learning, was not moral, was not merciful, was simply power. And it demanded to be used regardless of the wielder's intentions. He had wanted to end the war, had wanted to give suffering souls peace, had wanted to be different from the monsters he had become. But the universe kept showing him the same truth. That peace required power, that mercy required force, that salvation required damnation, and he did not know how to break that cycle. So he would do what he had always done, would stand his vigil, would hold the line against chaos, would offer peace to those who sought it. And if that made him a monster, then he would be a monster. Because the alternative, letting the screaming continue, was worse. In the aftermath of the battle, both sides counted their losses. The Chaos Fleet had lost a third of its strength. Hundreds of warriors from the unfrozen host. Dozens of demon engines. And worst of all, doubt. The promise of silence had touched some of them, shown them that another way was possible. And though they rejected it, though they returned to the war, the knowledge remained that peace existed somewhere, if they were brave enough or desperate enough to reach for it. The Frostborn had lost millions, but millions more remained, and the dead would rise again given time, given the touch of ice. The war would continue, was already continuing. On 100 fronts across the sector, the unfrozen host clashed with the Silent Legion. Fire against ice, screaming against silence, war against peace, and neither side could claim victory. Because this was not a battle that could be won, not a war that could be ended. Just two forces fundamentally opposed grinding against each other until one or both ceased to exist. The siege of Cold Meridian would continue for days, for weeks, for years if necessary, until the galaxy decided which it needed more. The certainty of war or the promise of peace. Far from the battlefield, those who watched began to take sides. The Imperium saw the Chaos assault and made their preparations. If Abaddon could not break the silence, they would bring the full weight of the Emperor's wrath to bear. The Mechanicus studied the data and quietly divided. Some saw heresy that must be purged. Others saw truth that must be understood. The common citizens, those who struggled under the Imperium's endless demands, heard whispers of the pale savior, of the king who offered rest. And they wondered, and the war ground on. Saint Valeria knelt in prayer for 40 days. No food, no water, no rest, just communion with the Emperor. Her body should have failed, should have withered, should have died from the strain. But the light sustained her, flowed through her like golden fire, filled the empty spaces where mortal weakness dwelt, transformed her from woman of flesh into instrument of divine will. When she rose on the 41st day, her eyes burned with purpose. She had seen what must be done, had felt the Emperor's intention like a brand upon her soul. had understood with clarity that transcended mortal comprehension the truth about the pale Savior. He was not evil, not corrupted, not even truly damned, though he believed himself to be. He was lost. A soul that had forgotten how to hope, that had traded suffering for emptiness and called it mercy. And the Emperor had commanded her to save him, not through destruction, not through purging, but through faith. Through showing him that the pain of existence was preferable to its absence, that humanity's nobility came not from avoiding suffering, but from enduring it. She would face the Pale King again, but this time she would not bring an army. She would bring only light. The Order of the Bloody Rose assembled in the Cathedral of St. Catherine. 3,000 sisters of battle gathered from across the Imperium. They stood in perfect formation, their power armor gleaming crimson and black. Their bolters blessed, their faith absolute. Canoness Genevieve addressed them from the pulpit. Her voice carried the weight of centuries of service. They were going to war, not against heretics, not against Xenos, but against the promise of peace itself, against the lie that suffering could be avoided, against the false mercy that made slaves of those it claimed to save. The enemy offered rest. They would answer with purpose. The enemy offered silence. They would answer with prayer. The enemy offered the peace of death. They would answer with the struggle of life. The sisters roared their devotion. The sound shook the cathedral's foundations, made the stained glass windows rattle in their frames. They were ready. Valeria watched from the shadows, felt the faith radiating from her sisters like heat from a forge. It would have been enough once, before she had stood at the boundary of the stillness field, before she had felt the cold touch her light. But she knew better now, knew that faith alone would not be sufficient, that this enemy could not be defeated through strength of arms or purity of conviction. This enemy had to be convinced, had to be shown an alternative, had to be given something worth fighting for instead of something worth surrendering to. And that burden fell to her alone. The fleet departed 3 days later. 50 warships, the largest assembly of ecclesiarchy forces since the age of apostasy. Their hulls bore the imagery of saints and martyrs, their weapons sanctified by the cardinal himself. At their head, the saint's redemption, Valeria's personal flagship, a vessel that had carried her through a dozen crusades, that had stood against horrors that would break lesser ships. Now, it carried her toward the stillness field, toward the confrontation that would determine not just the fate of a sector, but the future of the Imperium's soul. In her private chapel, Valeria prepared. She wore no armor, carried no weapons, just the simple white robes of a penitent. The clothing she had worn when she first heard the Emperor's call before glory, before sainthood, before she became a symbol instead of a woman. Because this battle would not be won through war, would not be decided by who held the stronger weapon or fielded the larger army. This would be a contest of faith, of philosophy, of two answers to suffering meeting in final confrontation. And she would face it as she had begun, as a woman who believed, who hoped, who refused to surrender to despair, no matter how much the universe demanded it. She closed her eyes, felt the light within her pulse, felt the Emperor's presence like a distant sun, warm and terrible and holy. She was ready. Arthas felt her coming long before the fleet arrived. The light pushed against his stillness like a tide against winter ice. Warm, persistent, refusing to be quieted. He stood from his throne, looked toward the boundary of his domain, toward the golden radiance approaching through the dark. She had returned, the burning saint, the one who had seen him break before, who had witnessed his moment of doubt, of recognition, of terrible understanding. She came again, and this time something was different. No army accompanied the light. No sisters in formation, no weapons prepared for battle, just the radiance itself. Pure, absolute, undeniable. It should have troubled him, should have triggered some defensive instinct, should have made him prepare for confrontation. But it did not, because he recognized what she was doing, recognized the choice she had made. She was not coming to destroy him. She was coming to save him, and that somehow was worse. The fleet stopped at the boundary of the stillness field, did not advance, did not attack, simply held position, maintaining the line between silence and sound, between ice and fire, between two philosophies of existence. From the Saint's redemption, a single shuttle descended. No escort, no weapons, just the small craft bearing its precious cargo toward the frozen surface. The Frostborn watched it land, made no move to interfere, simply witnessed as they witnessed everything. The shuttle's ramp extended, and Valeria emerged. She walked across the frozen plain alone, white robes stark against the gray ash. Her feet left no prints in the ice. Her passage disturbed nothing, but around her, the light blazed. Golden fire that pushed back the cold, that made the Frostborn turn away, that forced even the stillness field itself to retreat before her advance. She walked for hours, days. Time moved strangely in this place, but she did not tire, did not falter, simply moved forward with the certainty of one who knew her purpose. And finally she reached the frozen throne. Arthas waited for her there, Frostmourne in hand, though the blade hung loose at his side. No threat, no challenge, just acknowledgement. They stood facing each other, ice and fire, king and saint. Two souls who had given everything in service to ideals they could no longer clearly remember. Valeria spoke first. Her voice carried not anger, but sorrow. She told him she understood the weight he carried, the choices that had broken him, the price he had paid for power he never wanted. But she also told him he was wrong, that the peace he offered was not mercy, but surrender, that silence was not rest, but death, that in trying to save souls from suffering, he was taking away the only thing that made them human, the capacity to endure, to hope, to fight against despair even when victory seemed impossible. Arthas listened, did not interrupt, did not argue, simply let her words wash over him like warmth against ice. She was right. Part of him had always known she was right, that the silence he offered was just another form of damnation, that he was repeating the same mistake he had made in Strathome, in Northrend, in every choice that had led him here. But he was also right, because the screaming continued. Across the galaxy, souls cried out in agony, begged for release from suffering that would never end, prayed to gods that did not answer, and he could give them silence, could give them peace, even if that peace was empty, could offer them what the Imperium never would. A choice, not the choice between service and death, between obedience and heresy, between the Emperor's mercy and the warp's corruption, but the choice to simply stop, to lay down the burden, to rest. Was that not worth something? Even if the rest looked like death. He tried to explain this, tried to make her understand why the silence mattered, why peace, even empty peace, was better than endless war. But the words failed him, because deep down, beneath the rationalizations and justifications, he knew the truth. He was not offering salvation. He was offering oblivion. And oblivion, no matter how peaceful, was still death. Valeria felt his doubt, saw it in the way he held Frostmourne, in the slight slump of his shoulders, in the eyes that looked at her with something approaching desperation. He wanted her to convince him, wanted her to show him an alternative, wanted anyone to prove that the war was worth fighting. that suffering had meaning. That hope was more than a lie told to keep the dying marching, and she realized with sudden clarity what the Emperor had sent her to do, not to defeat him, not to destroy the silence, but to remind him why he had started fighting in the first place. She reached into her robes, drew out something small, fragile, seemingly insignificant, a flower, preserved in crystal, a single bloom from Lord Aron, from the gardens of the palace where Prince Arthas had once walked, where a young man not yet tainted by war had believed that the world could be saved. She had found it in the Imperial archives, among the recovered artifacts from dead worlds, among the remnants of civilizations that the Imperium had encountered, documented, and forgotten. She had not known why she took it, had not understood its significance until this moment. But now, standing before the Lich King, she understood. This was what he had been fighting for. Not power, not conquest, not even vengeance, but this: beauty, life, the simple, terrible hope that something good could survive in a universe of darkness. She held out the crystal. Let the light within her illuminate it. Let him see what he had lost, what he had sacrificed, what he had forgotten in his pursuit of peace through silence. Take it. Remember why you wanted to save them. Remember what you were trying to protect. Arthas looked at the flower, saw in its preserved petals the memory of spring, of gardens where he had walked with Jaina, where his father had taught him what it meant to be a king, where he had believed with the certainty of youth that justice and mercy could coexist. He reached out, touched the crystal, felt something break inside him that had been frozen for so long he had forgotten it existed. Not his curse, not the ice that claimed his heart, but something deeper. The wall he had built between himself and the pain of what he had become. The memories flooded back. Not just Lord Aron, but Stratholme, Northrend, every choice, every sacrifice, every soul he had damned in the name of salvation. He remembered the boy who had picked up a hammer and swore to protect his people, who had believed that paladins were heroes, that the light could conquer any darkness. He remembered the man who had raised Frostmourne and felt his soul die, who had become the very thing he swore to destroy, who had traded everything he was for the power to save everyone else. And he remembered why. Not because he was weak, not because he was evil, but because he cared too much, because he could not bear to see suffering and do nothing, because the screaming had to stop no matter the cost. He looked at Valeria, at the light that surrounded her, at the faith that sustained her through horrors he could barely imagine. Tell me how. How do you endure it? How do you keep fighting when the war never ends? How do you keep hoping when hope accomplishes nothing? Valeria saw the tears on his face, frozen before they could fall, ice crystals that clung to cheeks that had not wept in centuries. She answered him not with words, but with truth. The war never ended. Suffering never ceased. The galaxy was cruel beyond measure, and the Imperium's mercy was often worse than its wrath. But that was precisely why hope mattered, why faith mattered, why the struggle itself was worth the cost. Because if they surrendered to despair, if they accepted that peace required death, then the darkness won. Not through conquest, not through corruption, but through making them give up, through convincing them that the fight was pointless. The Emperor had sat upon his golden throne for 10,000 years, in agony, in silence, unable to move, unable to speak, unable to do anything but endure. And he endured because humanity was worth the pain. Because the future, no matter how distant, no matter how uncertain, was worth fighting for. That was what Arthas had forgotten. That salvation did not come from ending the war. It came from having something worth fighting for, someone worth protecting. A reason to stand up every day and face the darkness again. She gestured to the Frostborn, to the millions of souls who stood in silent witness. They had peace, they had silence, they had everything he promised them. But did they have hope? Did they have purpose? Did they have anything to live for, or were they simply existing in the absence of suffering? Was that truly better than the struggle, than the pain, than the terrible, beautiful gift of being alive? The question hung in the frozen air. Arthas looked at his legion, at the souls he had saved, at the peace he had given them, and for the first time since creating them, he truly saw what he had done. They were not saved. They were not free. They were trapped, locked in a moment of silence that would never end, unable to grow, unable to change, unable to do anything but witness the universe passing them by. He had not given them mercy. He had given them stasis, had frozen them in the moment of their death and called it salvation. And the worst part was they had chosen it, had walked into his silence willingly, had traded the pain of life for the emptiness of peace, because he had made that trade seem like the only option, had positioned himself as the answer to suffering, had offered them a choice between his silence and the Imperium's war, knowing they would choose silence. But there had been a third option, one he had not offered because he had not believed in it himself. The option to fight, not for the Imperium, not for the Emperor, not for any cause or God or ideal, but for themselves, for each other, for the simple, stubborn refusal to let the universe break them. That was what Valeria represented. That was what the light meant. Not the absence of suffering, but the presence of something worth suffering for. He had forgotten that. Had lost it somewhere between Stratholme and Northrend. Had traded it away for power and called it necessary. But standing here, holding a crystal flower from a dead world, facing a saint who had endured everything he had and still believed, he remembered. Slowly Arthas lowered Frostmourne, not in surrender, not in defeat, but in acknowledgement. The silence was not the answer, had never been the answer, was simply another form of death painted in mercy's colors. But he did not know how to stop it, did not know how to undo what he had done, did not know how to give the Frostborn back what he had taken. Valeria stepped forward, reached out, touched his hand where it gripped the cursed blade. Her touch burned, but not with destruction, with warmth, with life, with the promise that salvation could come through means other than oblivion. She told him the truth, gentle, final, absolute. He could not undo what he had done, could not save those already lost, could not take back the choices that had led him here, but he could stop, could refuse to damn any more souls, could let the stillness field die and face whatever judgment awaited him. It would not be redemption. The dead would not forgive him. The universe would not forget, but it would be honest. And honesty, after so many lies, was worth something. The question was whether he had the strength to accept it, to give up the power, to face the consequences, to admit that every choice he had made, every sacrifice, every soul he had claimed, had been wrong. Arthas looked at the crystal flower, at Valeria's burning faith, at the Frostborn standing in silent witness, at Frostmourne, the sword that had damned him and now seemed to be his only anchor in a universe gone mad. He thought of his father, of Uther, of Jaina, of everyone he had failed in pursuit of salvation, and he made his choice. Not yet. He could not surrender yet, could not let the silence die while the screaming continued, could not abandon those who had chosen his peace, even if that peace was empty. But he would not expand, would not claim new souls, would hold his vigil here in this frozen place until someone found a better answer than war or silence, until the galaxy learned that there was a third option, something between the Imperium's cruelty and his cold mercy. He told Valeria this, expected anger, expected judgment, expected her to reject his compromise and demand absolute surrender. But she did not. She simply nodded, stepped back, let her light recede, because she understood something he was only beginning to grasp, that salvation was not an ending, not a single moment of choice, but a journey, a slow transformation, a gradual awakening to possibility. He had taken the first step, had acknowledged his failure, had seen what he had become. The rest would come. In time, if he had the strength to keep walking. She turned to leave, paused at the edge of the stillness field. When you are ready, when you have found your answer, the light will be waiting. Then she was gone, walking back across the frozen plain, back to her fleet, back to the war she had never left, leaving Arthas alone with his legion, his sword, and the terrible knowledge that everything he had done might have been a mistake. After Valeria left, Arthas stood alone. The crystal flower rested in his palm. So small, so fragile. A reminder of something he had thought long dead. Around him, the Frostborn waited in silent witness. Millions of souls who had chosen his peace, who had traded the pain of life for the emptiness of silence. He had told himself he was saving them, had convinced himself that mercy meant ending their suffering, had believed that giving them rest was the greatest gift he could offer. Peace I offered was stasis. Mercy I promised was absence. I had called it salvation. But standing here holding this flower, he saw the truth he had been avoiding. He had not saved them. He had frozen them, had locked them in a moment between life and death, where nothing grew, nothing changed, nothing mattered. He had created a monument to his own failure, a testament to the moment when mercy became damnation. They were monuments, not lives, and he did not know how to undo it. The memories came slowly at first, images he had kept buried under layers of ice and necessity, faces he had tried to forget, voices he had silenced in his own mind as surely as he had silenced those who followed him. His father, King Tyrenas, standing in the throne room of Lordaeron, looking at his son with pride and worry in equal measure, placing the crown prince's circlet on young Arthas's head, speaking words that had seemed like wisdom then. One day you will be king, and you will learn what that means. The weight of every choice, the burden of every life that depends on you, the terrible loneliness of power. Arthas had nodded, had understood the words but not their meaning, had believed that being king meant having the strength to make hard choices, to do what was necessary no matter the cost. He had been wrong. Being king meant knowing when not to act, when to accept that some problems had no solutions, when to carry the weight of what you could not change instead of trying to change everything. He had failed that lesson, had refused to accept what he could not save, had chosen damnation over helplessness. And his father had paid the price. He remembered Uther, the paladin, the mentor, the man who had tried to teach him that the light was not a weapon, but a responsibility. That power existed to serve, not to conquer. That mercy sometimes meant accepting defeat rather than forcing victory. Arthas had rejected those teachings, had seen them as weakness, had believed that Uther's compassion made him soft, that true strength came from the willingness to do what others would not. He remembered their last conversation, before Strathome, before everything fell apart. Uther had begged him not to purge the city, had told him there was another way, that they could quarantine the infected, wait for the plague to run its course, save whoever could be saved, and mourn those who could not. Arthas had refused, had seen Uther's compassion as hesitation, as the kind of weakness that allowed evil to flourish. I will do what must be done, Uther, with or without your blessing. He had believed those words, had thought himself strong for speaking them, for having the courage to take action while others counseled patience. But Uther had been right. Not because quarantine would have worked, not because waiting would have saved more lives, but because rushing to judgment, forcing a solution through violence, had cost Arthas something more important than victory. It had cost him his soul, and Jaina, the memory of her, hurt most of all. Because with her, there had been no grand tragedy, no moment of betrayal, just the slow realization that she could not follow where he was going, that the man she loved was becoming someone she did not recognize. He remembered her face at the docks, watching him board the ships to Northrend, knowing somehow that he would not return the same person who left. She had asked him to stay, not demanded, not pleaded, simply asked with eyes that held both love and fear. Please, Arthas, don't go. There's nothing in Northrend but death and ice. Whatever you're looking for, it's not there. He had not listened, had told himself that she did not understand, that sometimes love meant doing what was necessary, not what was desired. That true strength came from the willingness to walk into darkness alone. He had been so certain, so sure that his path was righteous, that vengeance against Mal'Ganis was justice, that power was the answer to every problem. Jaina had seen what he could not, that the darkness he pursued was not external, but internal, that the enemy he sought to destroy was himself, that Northrend would take everything he was and give back only what he feared becoming. She had been right about everything, and he had left her anyway, had walked into Frostmourn's trap with eyes open, had damned himself knowingly, had chosen power over love and called it sacrifice. The greatest lie he had ever told was not to others, but to himself. That he was doing it for them, for his people, for the greater good. He had done it because he could not bear to be helpless, could not accept that there were problems he could not solve, enemies he could not defeat, people he could not save. He had chosen damnation not because it was necessary, but because it was easier than admitting he was not strong enough. As he stared at the flower, a thin trail of golden flame appeared across the ice, faint trembling and gone in a heartbeat. It left no mark, no warmth, only a memory of light, the last trace of the saint's touch. The crystal flower began to glow, not with his cold light, not with the stillness that defined his domain, but with warmth, with color, with something that looked almost like life. Arthas stared at it, watched as the preserved petals seemed to stir, as if touched by a breeze that did not exist in this frozen place, and he understood. Valeria had not given him this flower to remind him of what he had lost. She had given it to show him what he still had, what still existed beneath the ice and silence and centuries of damnation. Hope. Not the hope that things would get better, not the hope that his mistakes could be undone, not the hope that redemption was possible, but the hope that meaning still existed, that purpose could be found even in damnation, that the struggle itself, the simple act of standing against darkness, was worth the cost. He had forgotten that, had thought that if he could not win, if he could not save everyone, if he could not fix what was broken, then the fight was pointless. But that was the lie the darkness whispered. That was how despair won. Not by defeating you, but by convincing you that defeat was inevitable, that the struggle was meaningless, that giving up was mercy. Valeria had fought the same darkness, had faced the same crushing weight of the galaxy's cruelty, had seen horrors that would break most souls, but she had not given up, had not surrendered to silence, had kept fighting because the alternative, letting the darkness win, was unacceptable. Not because she believed she would win, but because the act of resistance itself mattered. Because standing against despair, even knowing you would lose, was worth more than surrendering to it. That was what he had forgotten. What he had lost in pursuit of salvation through power. The fight itself was the point. Not victory, not success, not even survival. Just the simple, stubborn refusal to let the universe break you. Arthas looked at the Frostborn, at his silent legion. They had surrendered. Had chosen his peace because they could no longer bear to fight. Because the war had broken them so completely that even oblivion seemed preferable to continuing. He had offered them mercy. But what he should have offered was purpose. Not an end to suffering, but a reason to endure it. Not silence, but something worth the screaming. He could not undo what he had done. Could not give them back what he had taken. They were frozen in this moment, trapped between life and death, unable to move forward or back. But perhaps he could give them something else. Not salvation, not redemption, but acknowledgement. Recognition that their choice mattered. That even in surrender, they had agency. He raised Frostmourne. The blade pulsed with cold light, but the light felt different now. Less consuming, less absolute. As if touched by warmth it could not quite extinguish. He spoke to the Frostborn. His voice carried across the frozen plain, reaching every soul in his domain. You chose silence because the war was too much to bear. Because suffering had no meaning. Because the galaxy offered only cruelty with no purpose. I gave you peace, took away the pain, made the screaming stop. But I also took away your choice, your purpose, your reason to exist beyond simple absence of suffering. I cannot undo that, cannot give you back what I took, cannot make you living again. But I can do this. The stillness field began to change. Not shrink, not disappear, but shift. Transform into something that was not quite silence and not quite sound. A space between. A moment of choice that existed in the boundary between peace and war. The Frostborn stirred. For the first time since their transformation, they moved with something approaching will. Not commanded, not controlled, but choosing. Some stepped back, retreated deeper into the stillness, chose the peace they had sought, accepted the silence as final. But others moved forward, toward the boundary, toward the place where Valeria's light had touched the ice, where warmth met cold, where possibility existed. They did not return to life, could not. The transformation was irreversible. But they moved with purpose now, with something that looked almost like hope. And Arthas understood what Valeria had been trying to teach him. That mercy was not taking away the struggle. It was giving people a reason to struggle. Not forcing salvation upon them, but showing them something worth fighting for. He could not save them, but he could let them choose. Could give them back the agency he had taken. Could acknowledge that even in death, even in damnation, they still mattered. It was not redemption, not forgiveness, not anything close to making things right, but it was honest. And honesty after so many lies was worth something. In orbit above Cold Meridian, sensors detected the change. The stillness field had not disappeared, but its nature had shifted. Where once it consumed everything, now it simply existed. A space where those who could no longer bear the war could find rest, but a rest that was chosen. Not imposed, not forced, but accepted with full knowledge of its cost. The Imperium's fleets watched and waited, unsure what this meant. Whether it was a trick, whether the threat had diminished or simply changed form. Saint Valeria, aboard the Saint's Redemption, felt the shift through her connection to the Emperor's light. She smiled, small, sad, understanding. He had not surrendered, had not accepted redemption, had not even truly changed what he was, but he had changed why he was. Had found purpose in his damnation, had discovered that even a monster could serve something greater than itself. It was not enough. Not nearly enough to balance the scales, to make right what he had made wrong. But it was a beginning, and beginnings mattered. Deep within the warp, the four gods felt the change and knew fear, not because the stillness had weakened, but because it had found purpose, had transformed from simple absence into something more dangerous, a choice, freely given, accepted with full knowledge. That was the one thing chaos could not corrupt, could not twist, could not turn to its own purposes. Free will, true choice. The one force in the universe that even the gods could not control. They had sent Abaddon to break the silence, had thrown everything they had at cold meridian, had believed that force would triumph over peace. But the Pale King had not been defeated by force, had not been broken by war, had been changed by something simpler and more terrible. Faith, not in gods, not in powers, not even in salvation, but faith that meaning existed, that struggle mattered, that the act of choosing, even in damnation, was sacred. The gods withdrew their attention, for now, because this was a battle they could not win through violence. This was a war of philosophy, of meaning, of the question that had defined existence since consciousness first emerged from the void. Why struggle? Why endure? Why exist at all if suffering was inevitable and victory impossible? The Pale King had found his answer, and that answer made him more dangerous than any army. On Terra, the Emperor felt the shift through 10,000 years of agony. From his golden throne, unable to move, unable to speak, he had watched the stillness spread, had felt it touch his domain, had recognized in the Pale King something familiar, a soul that cared too much, that could not bear to see suffering without acting, that would rather damn itself than watch others burn. The Emperor understood that impulse, had built an empire on it, had sacrificed everything, humanity, compassion, even his own sons in pursuit of humanity's survival. He had judged the Pale King, had condemned him, had sent his servants to destroy what they could not save. But watching the transformation, feeling the shift from imposed peace to chosen rest, the Emperor recognized something else. Kinship. They were the same, he and this frozen king from another universe. Both had tried to save what they loved. Both had chosen terrible methods in pursuit of noble goals. Both had damned themselves and called it necessary. The difference was that the Pale King had learned to doubt, to question, to wonder if the cost was worth the salvation. The Emperor had not, could not, because the moment he doubted, the moment he questioned whether humanity's survival was worth the price he had paid, the entire edifice of the Imperium would collapse. He had sacrificed doubt along with everything else, had traded uncertainty for absolute conviction, had become a god precisely because he refused to be human. But the Pale King had chosen differently, had accepted doubt, had embraced uncertainty, had found purpose not in being right, but in being honest. And the Emperor, for the first time in 10,000 years, felt something he had thought long dead: envy. Arthas sat upon his throne and looked at the crystal flower. It glowed with gentle light now, not bright, not consuming, just present. A reminder that beauty could exist even in darkness. That hope was not about victory, but about the refusal to surrender meaning. He had made his choice, would hold his domain, would maintain the boundary between silence and screaming, would offer rest to those who sought it, but would no longer force it upon them. It was not redemption, not salvation, not anything that would make the dead forgive him or the universe forget his crimes, but it was purpose. And purpose, he had learned, was more valuable than peace. The stillness field would remain, but it would be different. A choice rather than a prison, a sanctuary rather than a grave, a place where those broken by war, could find rest knowing exactly what they were choosing. And he would stand vigil, would guard this boundary between hope and despair, would ensure that those who chose silence did so freely, and those who chose struggle had something worth fighting for. It was not the role he had imagined for himself, not the salvation he had sought, not the ending he had wanted, but it was honest. And after centuries of lies, honesty felt almost like grace. He closed his hand around the crystal flower, felt its warmth against his frozen palm. Let it remind him of what he was protecting, why the vigil mattered, what made the struggle worth enduring. And he waited for what came next, for the judgment he knew was inevitable, for the confrontation that would determine whether his new purpose would survive or whether the galaxy would demand his final destruction. But whatever came, he would face it with eyes open, with doubt acknowledged, with the understanding that he might be wrong, but choosing to stand anyway. Because that Valeria had taught him was what faith truly meant. Not certainty, not righteousness, not even hope for victory, just the stubborn, terrible, beautiful refusal to let darkness be the final word. In the depths of the Imperium, word of the change spread. Some saw hope, others saw heresy, most saw only confusion. But among the broken, the weary, the ones who had given everything and had nothing left, a new story began to circulate. The story of a king who offered rest. Not forced, not imposed, but chosen freely. A place where the war-weary could lay down their burdens knowing exactly what they were accepting. And alongside that story another, rarer, whispered in shadows. The story of a monster who learned to doubt, who questioned his own righteousness, who found purpose not in being right, but in being honest about being wrong. Both stories were true. Both stories mattered. And together they asked a question that the Imperium had not faced in 10,000 years. What if mercy and war were not the only options? What if there was a third path? Something between the Emperor's cruelty and the Pale King's cold peace. What if purpose could be found not in victory, but in the choice to keep fighting, even when victory was impossible? The question spread like fire through dry tinder. Quiet, subtle, dangerous. Because questions like that once asked could not be unasked, could not be silenced, could not be frozen away. They grew, changed, transformed those who heard them. And the Imperium, vast and terrible and ancient beyond measure, began to feel something it had not felt in millennia. Uncertainty, not about its power, not about its purpose, but about whether its way was the only way. Whether suffering could have meaning without an empire to give it purpose. Whether humanity could survive without being saved by those who knew better. The Pale King had done something more dangerous than threatening the Imperium. He had made them question whether they were right. And questions in a galaxy built on absolute certainty were the most dangerous weapon of all. Questions are weapons. Terra had not heard this kind for 10 millennia. The stillness reached Terra on the 13th day after Valeria's departure. It did not come as an invasion, not as corruption spreading through the warp or demon tide breaking against void shields. It came as a whisper, a pause, a single moment of quiet in a galaxy that had screamed without ceasing for 10,000 years. The astropaths felt it first. The vast choir that fed the astronomic and tens of thousands of souls maintaining the psychic beacon suddenly found themselves in silence. Their third eyes forever open to the warp's madness closed. Just for a heartbeat. Just for a breath. When they opened again, something had changed. The Emperor's light still blazed from the golden throne, still held back the tide of demons that hungered for humanity's heart. But now, in the spaces between that light, there was something else. Stillness. Not absence, not void, but quiet, deliberate, patient, like frost forming on a window, like ice spreading across a lake, natural, inevitable, unstoppable. In the Imperial Palace, alarms that had not sounded in millennia began to shriek. The custodian guard moved with practiced precision. 10,000 golden warriors taking positions throughout the labyrinthine halls. Their guardian spears hummed with power. Their auramite armor reflected light that seemed too bright, too pure for the grim darkness of this age. Captain General Trajan Valoris stood before the Eternity Gate and felt something he had not experienced in all his centuries of service. Uncertainty. The gate, 30 meters of blessed adamantium, inscribed with wards that could turn back the mightiest demon princes, had begun to frost. Crystals of ice formed along its surface, spreading in patterns that hurt to perceive. Geometric. Perfect. Beautiful in the way that frozen death was beautiful. The sensors showed nothing. No warp signature, no psychic resonance, just cold, pure, and absolute. From beyond the gate, footsteps approached. Slow, measured, each one accompanied by the soft sound of ice forming. Growing louder, growing closer, coming from a direction that should have been impossible from outside the palace, from a space that no being should have been able to reach, without triggering every defense Terra possessed. The frost on the gate spread faster. The ice deepened. And through it, like a figure emerging from a frozen lake, something took shape. A man, pale as death, wearing armor that seemed carved from winter itself, carrying a sword that pulsed with cold light. The Pale King had come to Terra. Valoris did not order his men to fire, not because he lacked authority or courage, but because he felt something deeper than command protocol. A presence. A sanction that moved through the custodian guard like a commandment written directly upon their souls. The Emperor had permitted this audience. The figure passed through the Eternity Gate like smoke through a grate. The ice parted before him, then sealed behind, leaving the adamantium unmarked but changed. The ward's ancient protections that had turned back demon princes and Xeno's horrors did nothing. Could do nothing. Because the Pale King was not attacking. He was answering a question that had been asked the moment Valeria walked into his domain and refused to force salvation upon him. Arthas Menethil stood in the Imperial Palace for the first time and felt the weight of human history pressing down upon him, like an ocean of blood. 10,000 years. Countless trillions of lives, all bound to a single purpose, all chained to a single throne, all held together by faith in a God who could not save them, only demand they save themselves in his name. He looked at the custodes, at Valoris, at warriors who had stood guard for centuries without rest, without doubt, without questioning. And he spoke, his voice carrying through the stillness, through halls that had echoed with prayer and war chant for millennia. Lord of Terra, we need to talk. The response did not come as words. The palace shifted around them, not physically, but psychically, the barriers between reality and thought thinning. The Emperor's power reshaping perception itself until Arthas stood not in halls of adamantium, but in a throne room that existed in a dimension of pure consciousness. The golden throne dominated everything, vast beyond measure, terrible in its complexity, a prison and a weapon and a lighthouse all at once. And upon it, withered beyond recognition, sat what remained of the Emperor of mankind. His physical form was barely human anymore. 10,000 years of agony had reduced him to something closer to a corpse than a living being. Tubes and wires pierced his flesh. Mechanisms, older than some civilizations, maintained functions that biology alone could no longer perform. But his consciousness blazed like a star, like 10,000 suns, like the birth of galaxies and the death of gods, an intelligence so vast that it contained within it the dreams and nightmares of every human who had ever lived. And that intelligence looked at Arthas and saw not an enemy, but a mirror. The throne did not speak, humanity spoke through it. A chorus of billions, a tide of mind voices carrying weight enough to crush worlds. The words came not as sound, but as presence, as truth hammered directly into consciousness. The voice recognized him, acknowledged what he had been, what he had tried to become, what he had learned through suffering. Arthas felt the weight of that recognition, felt 10,000 years of judgment focusing upon him, felt the accumulated wisdom and cruelty of humanity's guardian examining every choice he had made. "And what are you now?" he asked softly. Not challenging, simply asking. The chorus answered, told him of sacrifice, of terrible choices made in pursuit of survival, of a being who had given up everything. Humanity, compassion, even death itself, so that mankind might endure one more night in the darkness. Arthas thought of Strathome, of the city he had burned, of the choice that had damned him. "Is survival enough?" he said. "Just existence? Just one more day of suffering because the alternative is worse?" The throne room trembled with the force of the reply. A single question that contained within it 10,000 years of absolute conviction. What else is there? The question hung between them, vast, terrible, honest. Arthas looked at the throne, at the mechanisms that fed billions of souls into the Emperor's psychic furnace every day, at the price of that survival. "I thought the same once," he said quietly. That mercy meant ending suffering. That salvation required sacrifice. That my choice to save them justified any method. A ripple moved through the chorus. Recognition, understanding. The acknowledgement that they were the same. "I was wrong," Arthas continued. "Salvation cannot be forced. Taking away their choice even to save them, that's not mercy. That's tyranny wearing mercy's face." The response came like thunder, like the breaking of chains and the birth of stars. The chorus spoke of necessity, of survival in a galaxy where hesitation meant extinction, of faith as the only weapon against darkness. In this galaxy, doubt was death. "Then you give them your purpose," Arthas said, "not theirs. You decide what they need, what they can bear, what they're allowed to question." Gold met ice. Certainty met the terrible courage of doubt. Two powers that should have destroyed each other instead held. Balanced, recognized. The chorus posed another question, brutal in its simplicity. Choice without power to enforce it was meaningless. What good was the right to choose rest if chaos still hungered? If the galaxy still tore itself apart? "I don't know," Arthas admitted. "But forcing them to fight without giving them a reason, without letting them decide if the fight is worth it, that's not salvation." The silence that followed was different. Not the stillness Arthas brought, but the quiet that comes when a truth is recognized but cannot be accepted. Then something impossible happened. Witnesses would later claim they felt it. A shift in the psychic pressure that filled the throne room. Something like weary amusement rolling through the choir. Some swore it felt like envy. Others said it was recognition. A few claimed they heard laughter, not with sound, but with thought, like the moment a god remembers what it was to be human. None could prove it, but all agreed something fundamental had changed. The Emperor's power gathered, not to attack, but to test, to see if this frozen king could endure the truth of what humanity's salvation required. From the golden throne, light erupted. Not gold, not pure, but burning, terrible. The accumulated suffering of 10,000 years given form. Billions of souls screaming as they were fed into the psychic furnace that kept the Astronomicon lit. All the pain, all the sacrifice, all the horror that sustained humanity's dying light. Arthas stepped forward into that fire. It burned. Burned worse than anything he had endured. Worse than Frostmourn's curse. Worse than the transformation into the Lich King. Worse than the moment he realized what he had become. Because this fire was truth. Pure and absolute. The revelation of what survival cost when the alternative was extinction. He saw them all. Every soul that had been sacrificed to the golden throne. Every psyker torn from their family and brought to Terra. Every child who had screamed as their gift was recognized. Every moment of agony as they were fed into the Emperor's furnace. He felt their pain, their terror, their desperate hope that maybe somehow their sacrifice would mean something. And he understood why the Emperor could not doubt, could not question, could not admit that maybe the price was too high. Because if any of those souls had died for nothing, if the Emperor's conviction wavered for even a moment, their sacrifice would be rendered meaningless. The fire intensified. Arthas felt his ice cracking, felt the stillness that sustained him beginning to melt, felt Frostmourne grow hot in his grip, the blade's power warring with the Emperor's light. He could retreat, could pull back into his cold, could escape this revelation and maintain his certainty. But he didn't. Instead, he spoke. 2 statements, simple, honest, carrying more weight than any proclamation. I see what you bear. The fire raged around him, through him, testing every conviction he held. I will not become you. Not defiance, not rejection, just truth. The acknowledgement that he understood the Emperor's burden, but would not trade his doubt for that terrible certainty. Would rather be damned offering freedom than saved by forcing others to fight. The fire died. Arthas stood before the golden throne, his armor scorched but intact, his body damaged but whole, and most importantly, his conviction unshaken. The chorus that was the Emperor's voice carried something that might have been respect, or recognition, or the weary acknowledgement that perhaps 2 truths could exist. The judgment came not as words, but as presence, as the weight of 10,000 years of experience pressing upon a single decision. Arthas would be permitted to hold his vigil, to guard his boundary, to offer humanity the choice their Emperor could not give them. But there was a price. He could not remain on Terra. His presence destabilized the faith that held the Imperium together. He must accept containment, must keep his stillness locked to cold meridian, must ensure it never spread to threaten Imperial worlds. And if he failed, if his doubt became a weapon for chaos, if his kindness doomed humanity, the final proclamation came like the closing of a vault, cold, absolute, carrying the weight of divine judgment. If your mercy damns mankind, I will end you myself. Arthas nodded once, understanding, accepting. Fair enough. The ice gate closed behind Arthas as he walked out of the Imperial Palace. The custodian guard watched him go. None moved to stop him. None moved to challenge him. Because they had witnessed something unprecedented. Not a battle, not a confrontation, but a recognition. Two tyrants acknowledging each other. Two monsters admitting their crimes. Two beings who had damned themselves for what they believed was right, finally understanding that maybe, just maybe, there was room for both their truths. Valorous stood at the Eternity Gate and watched frost form where the Pale King had passed. "Should we pursue?" one of his companions asked. "No," Valorous said quietly. "The Emperor has permitted this audience, has accepted the Pale King's vigil. We will honor that choice, even though he questions everything the Imperium stands for, especially because of that." Valorous turned away from the gate. The Emperor has borne his certainty alone for 10,000 years. Perhaps it is time someone bore the burden of doubt for him. Night. Arthas returned to Cold Meridian as dawn broke over Terra. He did not walk, did not fly, simply transitioned, the stillness field carrying him across light years in a moment, bringing him home to his frozen throne, to his domain of chosen peace. The Frostborn waited, silent, patient, understanding that something had changed. Arthas sat upon his throne and looked at the crystal flower Valeria had left him. It glowed brighter now, warmer, as if it too understood what had been accomplished. No redemption, no forgiveness, no absolution for crimes that could not be undone. But perhaps something better. Purpose, born from doubt, sustained by honesty, dedicated to giving humanity something their God Emperor could not, the right to choose their own damnation. Frostmourne pulsed in his grip. The blade's power had changed during the walk through the Emperor's fire. It was still cursed, still hungry, still demanded terrible prices. But now it served a different purpose. Not conquest, not domination, not even mercy. Just choice. The boundary between struggle and rest. The line between war and peace. The moment where humans could decide for themselves whether meaning existed or everything was just suffering with no purpose. He would guard that boundary, would maintain that line, would ensure that those who crossed knew exactly what they were accepting. It was not salvation, not victory, not even hope in the conventional sense, but it was honest. And in a galaxy built on lies, honesty was sacred. The stillness settled around Cold Meridian. Stable now, contained, a pocket of chosen peace in an ocean of forced war. And Arthas Menethil, the Pale King, the Lich King reborn, began his eternal vigil. Not as a conqueror, not as a savior, not as a god or a saint or a hero, but as a guardian of the one thing even the Emperor could not protect: the right to doubt, the courage to question, the terrible, beautiful freedom to choose meaning over survival, even if that choice led to damnation. Especially if that choice led to damnation. Because at least it would be their damnation, their choice, their truth, and that, in the end, was all that mattered. In the depths of the Imperial Palace, something shifted within the mechanisms of the Golden Throne. Not a voice, not a thought, but a sensation that moved through the vast psychic network that sustained the Imperium. Those sensitive to such things, saints and madmen, prophets and heretics, would later claim they felt it. A lightening of burden. As if a weight long carried alone had been, for the first time in 10,000 years, partially shared. The Astronomicon burned brighter, not stronger, but clearer. As if the light that guided humanity through darkness had remembered something it had forgotten. That even in a galaxy of endless war, there could be more than one kind of strength, more than one form of faith, more than one way to serve humanity's survival. The throne room fell silent, not with the stillness of Arthas's power, but with the quiet that comes when a burden is acknowledged, when certainty admits the existence of doubt without surrendering its purpose. Two tyrants, two monsters, two beings who had damned themselves for what they believed was right, now standing vigil together, one guarding humanity's body through absolute conviction, the other protecting humanity's soul through honest doubt. And between them, perhaps humanity might find something worth more than survival. Meaning, purpose, the dignity of choice, even in damnation, especially in damnation, because that in the end was what it meant to be human. The galaxy turned. Wars continued. The Imperium ground forward as it had for 10,000 years. But now, in the stillness around Cold Meridian, there existed a question that had not been asked since the Emperor first sat upon his throne. What if there was another way? Not better, not easier, not even right, just different, honest, human. And that question, once asked, could never be silenced, even by an empire built on certainty, even by a god who had forgotten how to doubt, even by 10,000 years of absolute conviction. The question remained, would remain, growing quietly in the spaces between faith and despair. And that was more dangerous than any army, more powerful than any weapon, more sacred than any doctrine. Because questions, in the end, were what made humanity human. In the end, there are no heroes, only those who hold the line. Cold Meridian turned beneath a sky that had forgotten color. Gray, endless gray, the color of ash and ice and memories that would not fade. The stillness field held steady now, no longer expanding, no longer consuming, just existing, a pocket of chosen peace in an ocean of forced war. Arthas sat upon his throne and felt the weight of eternity settle upon his shoulders. The crystal flower Valeria had given him still glowed, warmer now than when she had left it, as if it understood what he had chosen, what he would become, what price the vigil would demand. He held Frostmourne across his knees. The blade pulsed with cold light, changed by the walk through the Emperor's fire, no longer merely cursed, no longer simply hungry. Now it was something else. A key, a lock, a boundary made manifest. The voices within had changed too, no longer screaming, no longer begging, just present. All the souls he had taken, all the lives he had stolen, still there, still trapped, but quiet now, waiting. He understood what came next, had known since the moment he walked out of the Imperial Palace. Since the Emperor's final judgment had sealed his purpose. The vigil could not be maintained by will alone, could not be sustained by power, could not be held by anything less than absolute sacrifice. He had told the Emperor he would guard the boundary, would maintain the line between chosen rest and forced war, would ensure that those who sought his peace did so with open eyes. But he had not told the Emperor the full price, had not explained what holding that boundary would cost, because some truths were too heavy to share. The Frostborn gathered below his throne, silent, patient, understanding in the way that the dead understood things the living could not. They had chosen his peace, had accepted the stillness knowing what it meant, had traded struggle for rest knowing the cost could never be repaid. But they were not enslaved, not controlled, not forced, just at peace. Finally, after lives spent fighting wars, they had not chosen for an empire that consumed them without mercy. Arthas looked at them and felt something he had not expected. Gratitude, not for what they had given him, but for what they had taught him. That choice mattered more than outcome. That agency was more sacred than salvation. That the right to decide one's own fate was worth more than any victory. "Thank you," he said softly, not commanding, not proclaiming, just acknowledging. The Frostborn did not respond, did not need to. They understood. He stood. Frostmourne came with him. The blade felt heavier now, as if it too recognized what was about to happen. Around the throne, ice began to form, not spreading, not expanding, just growing, upward and inward, creating structure, building prison and protection both. The sacrifice had to be complete, had to be absolute, had to be forever. Because the boundary between peace and war, between choice and compulsion, between rest and struggle, that boundary could only be maintained by someone who stood exactly on the line, who belonged to neither side, who was damned enough to understand suffering and human enough to value choice. Arthas raised Frostmourne, looked at his reflection in the blade, saw what he had been, what he had become, what he would be. A prince who wanted to save everyone and learned too late that salvation could not be forced. A king who damned himself in pursuit of mercy and discovered that mercy without choice was tyranny. A guardian who would stand eternal vigil not to save humanity, but to protect their right to choose their own damnation. He remembered his father's voice, Terina's. So long ago, another lifetime, another universe. "Succeeding you, father." He had said that once, in another world, before the culling, before the madness, before he became what he swore to destroy. And in a way, he had succeeded. Not in ruling, not in saving, but in understanding what his father had tried to teach him. That kingship was not power. It was responsibility. The burden of standing between people and the darkness, of making choices so they would not have to, of carrying weight so they could rest. His father had been right and wrong, both at once. Right that someone had to stand, had to bear the burden, had to make the terrible choices. Wrong that those choices should be made for others rather than by them. The Emperor understood the first truth. Arthas had learned the second, and perhaps together their vigils could give humanity both: protection and choice, safety and agency, survival and meaning. He thought of Jaina, wondered if she would understand, if she could see what he had become and recognize not a monster, but someone still trying in his broken way to do what he had always wanted, to save them. Not by force, not by control, not by taking away their struggles and their pain and their terrible, beautiful freedom to choose, but by standing between, by holding the line, by offering rest to those who could bear no more while ensuring they knew exactly what they were accepting. "I'm sorry," he said, to her, to his father, to Uther. to all those he had failed. I'm sorry I could not be what you needed me to be. The ice grew taller, formed walls, created chamber and tomb both. But I can be this. He placed the tip of Frostmourne against his chest, over his heart. The blade that had damned him, that had stolen so many souls, that had cursed him to undeath and torment. Now it would bind him, would anchor him, would make his vigil permanent, not death. Death was too easy, too simple, too merciful. This was something else, something between, neither alive nor dead, neither saved nor damned, just eternal, forever holding the boundary, forever maintaining the choice. The stillness field pulsed, recognized what was happening, understood that its guardian was about to become part of it, to merge with it, to become the boundary itself rather than merely its protector. Arthas thought of Valeria one last time, remembered her light, her refusal to force salvation upon him, her gift of the crystal flower that still glowed with gentle warmth. She had taught him what faith truly meant. Not certainty, not righteousness, not even hope for victory, just the stubborn refusal to let darkness be the final word. The courage to choose meaning over survival. The terrible, beautiful acknowledgement that struggle mattered even when victory was impossible. He smiled. Small, sad, understanding. At last, he said softly, they sleep, and drove Frostmourne through his own heart. The blade pierced him, through armor, through flesh, through whatever passed for life in his undead form. But it did not kill him. Could not, because Frostmourne did not take his soul. It bound it, anchored it, merged it with the stillness field itself until there was no difference between Arthas Menethil and the peace he offered. He became the boundary, the line between war and rest, between struggle and peace, between choice and compulsion. His body did not fall. Instead, it froze. Locked in position upon the throne, Frostmourne still piercing his chest, ice growing around him in layers, sealing him, protecting him, imprisoning him. Forever. The stillness field stabilized completely, no longer threatening to expand, no longer at risk of being broken, because its guardian was not merely watching it. He was it. Every soul that chose his peace would feel his presence, would know what they were accepting, would understand that the rest they sought came at the price of meaning, of struggle, of all the terrible beauty that came from being alive and human and free. And they would choose anyway, because sometimes the burden was too heavy. Sometimes the war was too long. Sometimes peace, even purchased peace, even chosen damnation, was worth the cost. But they would know, always know, that the choice was theirs. The ice sealed completely, formed a crystalline structure around the throne, around Arthas, around Frostmourne, a monument, a warning, a sanctuary. From outside it would look like a tomb, like the grave of a king who had finally found peace. But those who looked closer, those who touched the stillness, would feel the truth. He was not at peace, would never be at peace, was holding the boundary not through rest, but through eternal vigil, forever conscious, forever aware, forever standing guard over the choice he had given them. It was not redemption, not forgiveness, not anything that would make the dead forgive him or the universe forget his crimes. But it was honest. And honesty in a galaxy built on lies was sacred. On Terra, the Emperor felt the change, felt the stillness field lock into place, felt its guardian bind himself to it completely. felt the boundary between peace and war become permanent. Something that might have been approval rippled through the psychic network. Or perhaps recognition. Or perhaps simply acknowledgement that the Pale King had kept his word. The containment was complete. Cold Meridian would remain, a pocket of chosen peace in an ocean of forced war. A question that would never be silenced. A choice that would always exist. And guarding it no being, it stood a king who had learned that salvation could not be forced. That meaning was more valuable than survival. That the right to choose damnation was more sacred than any imposed paradise. The Astronomicon burned steadier, as if the burden it carried had been in some small way shared, not lessened, not removed, but acknowledged, recognized, understood by another who knew what it meant to sacrifice everything in pursuit of what seemed right and live forever with the consequences. 2 vigils, 2 guardians, 2 beings who had damned themselves and called it necessary, now standing watch together over a humanity that would never know what they had given up to protect it. Saint Valeria, aboard her ship far from Cold Meridian, felt the moment Arthas bound himself. She closed her eyes, whispered a prayer, not to the Emperor, but to the man who had chosen to become more than human by accepting that he was less. "May your vigil bring you peace," she said softly, "even if peace is not what you hold." The crystal flowers she had given him pulsed. She felt it through their brief connection, felt it grow brighter, warmer, as if drawing strength from his sacrifice. And she understood. He was not at peace, would never be, but he had found something better. Purpose, earned through doubt, sustained by honesty, dedicated to protecting something the Emperor could not. The right of humanity to choose their own path, even if that path led to damnation. She smiled, sad but understanding, knowing that some sacrifices could not be repaid, some choices could not be undone, some vigils had to be eternal. "Thank you," she whispered, "for remembering what it means to be human." In the depths of the Imperium, word spread. Not officially, not through Vox channels or astropathic choir, but through whispers, through stories, through the kind of legend that grew in the spaces between official doctrine and human need. The story of a king who offered rest, not forced, not imposed, but chosen freely with full knowledge of its price. The story of a monster who learned to doubt, who questioned his own righteousness, who found purpose not in being right, but in being honest about being wrong. Both stories were true. Both stories mattered. And together they changed something fundamental in the Imperium's consciousness. They made people question whether war and peace were the only options. Whether the Emperor's cruelty and the Pale King's cold mercy were really opposites, or just different faces of the same truth. Whether meaning could exist without an empire to grant it purpose. The questions spread. Quiet, subtle, dangerous, because questions once asked could not be silenced, could not be frozen away, could not be purged by any inquisition or burned by any faith. They grew, changed, transformed those who heard them. And the Imperium, vast and terrible and ancient beyond measure, began to feel something it had not felt in millennia. The possibility of choice, not freedom, never freedom. The galaxy was too dark for that dream. But choice, agency, The dignity of deciding for oneself whether the struggle was worth continuing, or whether rest, even purchased, rest, even damned rest, was the more honest path. It was not salvation, not hope, not even mercy in any conventional sense. But it was human, flawed, uncertain, real. And reality, however terrible, was better than any beautiful lie. Centuries passed. Cold meridian remained. A gray world circling a dying star, ignored by most, avoided by many, whispered about by those who knew. The stillness field held steady, neither growing nor shrinking, just existing, a boundary maintained by eternal sacrifice. Those who sought it, the broken, the weary, the ones who had given everything and had nothing left, found their way there, drawn by something they could not name, by a promise that was not spoken but felt. Rest, chosen, understood, accepted with open eyes. They crossed the boundary knowing what they were accepting, that they were leaving behind struggle and meaning and all the terrible beauty of being human, that they were choosing peace over purpose. And they came anyway. Because sometimes the burden was too heavy, the Frostborn welcomed them, silent, patient, understanding, because they too had made that choice. And at the center of it all, frozen upon a throne of ice, sat Arthas Menethil, not dead, not alive, but something between, forever conscious, forever aware, forever holding the boundary between peace and war. The voices in Frostmourne had long since faded to background. He no longer heard them clearly, no longer distinguished individual souls from the collective whole. But he felt them, always felt them. Every soul he had taken, every life he had stolen, all part of him now, all part of the vigil. He remembered his father, his kingdom, the life he had lived before damnation. He remembered Jaina's face, Uther's voice, the moment he decided to cull Strathome and damn himself in the name of mercy. He remembered awakening in this universe, meeting Valeria, walking through the Emperor's fire, making the choice to become not a savior, but a guardian of choice itself. The memories did not hurt anymore, did not carry the weight they once had. They simply existed, part of who he was, part of what he guarded. Time lost meaning. Days blended into years, years into centuries. The throne of ice grew deeper, the stillness field more absolute. But he remained, would always remain, forever holding the line, forever maintaining the choice, forever standing vigil over humanity's right to decide its own damnation. It was not the role he had imagined for himself, not the salvation he had sought, not the ending he had wanted, but it was honest. And after centuries of lies, honesty felt almost like grace. He thought of Valeria's words, about faith, about the stubborn refusal to let darkness be the final word. And he understood. This was his refusal, not to save humanity, not to force them into peace or war, but to ensure that between the Emperor's absolute certainty and Chaos's complete corruption, there existed a third option. Choice. Agency. The terrible courage to decide for oneself. Even if that choice led nowhere. Even if that choice meant accepting damnation. Even if that choice changed nothing. At least it would be theirs, and that in the end was all that mattered. The crystal flowers still glowed, somewhere in the ice, near his frozen heart, warm, gentle, a reminder that beauty could exist even in eternal winter. He held it, would hold it forever, would let it remind him why the vigil mattered, what he was protecting, why the sacrifice was worth making. Not for redemption, not for forgiveness, not for anything except the simple, terrible, beautiful truth that humanity deserved the right to choose. Even in damnation, especially in damnation, because that was what made them human. The ice grew deeper, the stillness held. And Arthas Menethil, the Pale King, the Lich King reborn, stood eternal vigil. Not as a hero, not as a saint, not as a monster or a savior or anything the Imperium could name, just as a guardian of the boundary between certainty and doubt, between forced war and chosen peace, between the Emperor's absolute conviction and the terrible courage of questioning. Forever. In the grim darkness of the far future where there was only war, one small pocket of space offered something different. Not peace, not victory, not salvation, just choice. And standing watch over that choice, frozen in ice and bound by cursed steel, stood a king who had learned too late that some things could not be saved, only protected, only offered, only guarded with eternal vigil and absolute sacrifice. I wanted to end the storm. He had said once so long ago, it might have been another lifetime. Now I must hold it forever. And so he did. Would do. Forever. They still speak of cold meridian. A dead world orbiting a dying sun. A place where the stars seem quieter, where the light bends strangely, and where the air, if air can be said to exist, there feels like the pause between two heartbeats. The adepts who study such things call it an anomaly. A crystalline fragment 2.5 kilometers across, frozen beyond all measure. Its temperature should have destroyed it long ago, but it endures unchanging, unmelting, perfect in its silence. Every 666 years, something happens. The silence trembles. A single pulse ripples through the void, soft, patient, and filled with a sorrow so vast that even the warp itself recoils. Ships in the nearby sectors report hearing a whisper carried through the Astronomican's light. They sleep forever. And once, just once, someone claimed to hear a child's voice asking, "Father, is it over?" The Inquisition has sent fleets, of course. They always do. They come with their scanners and augurs their psionics and purges. They find nothing. No threat, no growth, no sign that the stillness spreads beyond the system. So they leave, and cold meridian waits. There are those who still make pilgrimages to the edge of that system. Veterans of wars that never end. Civilians broken by bombardment and exile. People who can no longer bear the screaming of the galaxy but cannot bring themselves to end their own lives. They come in silence. They do not pray. They simply watch the distant shimmer of that frozen world. They call it the vigil. Not a shrine, not a temple. Just a promise that somewhere in the universe peace exists. Not forced, not commanded, not bought through obedience, chosen. Beneath the surface of that world, encased in ice that will never thaw, he waits. Arthas Menethil, the Pale King, the one who stood before a god and refused to stop asking questions. Every 666 years, when the pulse returns, it passes through him like a heartbeat that no longer remembers warmth. The crystal flower still rests in his hand. Its petals glow faintly golden against the blue. He cannot smile, but something within him remembers how. And sometimes, though perhaps it is only memory, he hears her voice. Valeria, the burning saint who once tried to save him. The vigil matters, she says, not because it saves them, but because you chose it. He does not answer. He simply remains, silent, patient. A question that will never be silenced. A choice that will never be taken away. And so, the galaxy endures. Empires rise and fall. Gods devour and are devoured. The golden throne still burns, and the pale throne still freezes. Between them lies humanity suffering, surviving, always choosing. In the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war, one king remembers what it means to let others choose peace, and holds that memory like a candle against the endless night forever.